Welcome to my new humble abode. I understand that the lighting's probably wonky and things are going to change over the next possibly hour because I might move stuff around in between sessions. Why is Google listening to me? Google is always listening to me. Anyway, welcome to the new setup. I moved recently, so we're in a new place. But everything's going to stay the same. I even have the editing gun. Well, the editing gun kind of changed. I'm using this now. If you've never seen this before, go watch my video on guns. Because you still haven't. I can tell by the view count you haven't. But, yeah, go watch my video on guns if you want more of an understanding of what this is. But that's my new editing gun. But we're not here to talk about guns, at least not yet, I think. Hopefully, we're not going to end up talking about guns. Hopefully. But we're here to talk about being black, beautiful, and brilliant, and a genius. All right, we're talking about Ironheart.
Who the hell else would it be, bitch?
Oh God. So today, I'm drinking coffee. I'm just drinking coffee right now. I got other stuff I gotta do. I can't get drunk, so I'm just drinking coffee. So we're gonna start with episode 1, which is, no hyperbole, one of the worst episodes of television I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything worse than this episode. I've only seen the first 2 episodes at this moment, as of recording. I've only seen the first 2 episodes. So it could get worse. I'm only doing it this way because I need to be able to retain information and remember what happened in the episode. So we're doing it this way. So episode 1. Oh, wait. Before we get started, if you'd like to support me and check out a novel from an indie author, hit the link in the description and check out my sci-fi military series, Blur Havoc. I think you'll enjoy it. If anything, a like and a comment will suffice. So let's get started. Episode 1. So, the first episode starts with a flashback of Riri and her friend, Natalie. And instantly, I was like, this show is going to be all about being black and a woman, isn't it? Say less. I already got you, fam. There's this moment where Riri says something really stupid. I'm just going to play it here.
Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire?
What is this? The first Iron Man movie literally answered this question with a resounding yes. Tony Stark proved he was more than the when he escaped from the cave using parts from a missile to build a suit of power armor. The money is a tool. What made Tony special was his mind and determination. And if I recall, it was something about like Tony not being the man he was if he didn't have the money, and it's like literally everything about Tony has nothing to do with his money. Tony has the money because of who he is, not the other way around. Especially since this was the lesson he was trying to tell Peter Parker in Homecoming, was that if you need tools, if you need, all this special equipment, if you need money, if you need all these other things to be a superhero, then you don't need it. Like, I should take it away from you. Like, that was the whole thing about the suit. If you need the suit to be a hero, then I'm going to take the suit, basically was the entire thing. So already the writers have shown us they have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a hero is. Oh yeah. So we're recapping what happened in Wakanda Forever. Riri was selling her tech and her homework assignments to school, to not only students from her school, but students from other colleges, right? So she sells this energy shield to this guy. Like, he's trying to grift the teacher and into thinking that he made this. But anyone with 2 brain cells would be able to look at this and be like, you did not make this. Someone else made this. It was probably that black girl that's super duper smart at MIT. Yeah, it was probably her. I'm not stupid. I'm failing you, and I'm reporting you to the dean and the president of the college. I'm gonna put you in jail. I'm gonna execute you. I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face. I don't know. I just wanted to go in unhinged there for a second, but this is going to be the catalyst to what starts our story here. But there is this moment where Riri says that at the beginning of the movie, not the movie, at the beginning of the show, Riri says that she wants to surpass Tony Stark. She says she's going to be bigger than Stark. I'll play the clip right now.
Your girl finna be bigger than Jobs.
Right.
Bigger than Gates.
Right.
Bigger than Pym.
Right.
Bigger than Stark.
Yeah.
Combined.
And then mere seconds, I have to stress this for emphasis because I could not believe this. Mere seconds later, she states that she wants to uphold Tony's legacy. She wants to continue Tony's legacy.
I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy and revolutionize safety.
Right.
Bigger than Pym.
Right.
Bigger than Stark.
Yeah.
I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy.
You cannot surpass someone's legacy like that. You cannot have that be your goal while still being the custodian of it. What is the deal here? What is the deal here? I just realized. Don't mind that. That's my show of force for anybody inspecting my apartment. Don't mind that. So we get this thing, right? Where Superman also had this problem where we get narration explaining everything, like explaining what, like, okay, recapping the events is fine, but she also goes into what she's doing and all of that. But then the show goes on to just use the natural dialogue. I mean, natural is putting it really fucking loosely in this context, but the show goes on to naturally explain to us what's going on through dialogue, where the characters tell us information that was in that opening narration. So what was the point of the narration if you're just going to reiterate that information again, you know? Reiterate that again was kind of redundant, but I said it. I'm going to keep it in there.
I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy and revolutionize safety. If I could just get my idea off the ground, help would never be too late. This could change the world. My means of fundraising have been a little experimental.
You sold completed assignments to students at every school in the area.
I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy.
You have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
All right, what was I? Okay, so the dean is basically grilling Riri because she's like, I've caught you, like, selling your homework, selling your projects, like, enabling plagiarism, and all this crazy stuff. You've been here for 4 years. You're not matriculating. You're not trying to graduate, and it's pissing me off, right? And then Riri asked this really stupid question of, what do I get out of matriculation? I don't know, maybe a job to fund? Because, mind you, during this intro narration, Riri not only states that she needs money because, you know, she thinks that that's what made Tony Stark so special, but she thinks she needs money, right? And then on top of that, she's willing to do whatever it takes to make this money, which is, keep a pin in that. Oh man, this first episode is dog shit, dude. She needs money and she's willing to do anything to get this money, right? Basically anything, apparently. Like I said. But then she goes on to say, what do I get out of matriculation? You get a fucking job, stupid. You get a job so you can get money. Like us normal people.
Got something for you. Here, take this. Take this. Yeah, eat it.
Okay, so this is when I realized, like, for real, that we were not going to be off to a great start, okay? Like, I was like, okay, that intro was rough. Like, that was the roughest 60 seconds of television I've seen in my life, all right? That was pretty bad. No hyperbole. I'm not joking. But this was the moment I was like, okay, now Riri's character is not off to a great start. Because, like, so basically, this entire scene, up until this point, she has been, like, harshly criticizing the structure of college, harshly criticizing the dean, criticizing the professors, criticizing everyone. After she was caught selling her projects, right? And breaking the agreements of the school, right? Then she goes on to say, I need you to give me more money.
All that considered, I thought maybe you could convince the board to extend my grant just one more year. I want to build something undeniable. I want real life scientific epiphanies. You want me to do homework I have to explain to my professors. You want me to be small.
She basically took a hot shit on the dean and the professor in the room and the college, the institution as a whole. She took a ginormous, wet, sloppy shit all over them. Then she says, give me money, please. I need to stay here longer. The way that the show constantly contradicts itself in mere seconds is, it's genuinely like, okay, I'm going to put this into perspective. I genuinely thought about quitting this review multiple times while watching episode 1. I was like, I don't think I could do this. This is horrible. Like, this is really fucking bad. So the fact that you're seeing this video shows that I fucking love you, okay? This is you are the reason why I'm continuing this, because holy fuck. This is bad, all right? Mere seconds apart, the show is contradicting itself, all right? And it's done it like 3 times now. So, oh man, I did the fucking this and this. They're gonna think I'm a fucking Nazi. Okay, so then we all know that because she's a black woman, black people can't make any fucking media without also bringing in race into it. So the dean's all like, oh, I like to give money to people that look like us.
So we tailored a course of study to your needs. And I work hard to get qualified people like us into seats here, but you're making it impossible.
So you just admitted that you like to racially discriminate, is what you just said. Only in the opposite direction, which is really fucked up. But anyway, so then the professor that, okay, so I forgot to mention, there was like this whole thing that happened where Riri had a project, it went haywire, it injured one of the professors. That professor's in the room, and he out and out says, you have been a horrible custodian to Stark's legacy.
You have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
So her being Stark's legacy is an in-universe goal that other characters are aware of. I thought this was just a personal ambition, like just as her own personal goal in the back of her head or something like that. I didn't know other people were aware of this. So now I have more questions, now that I know other people are aware of this. How is she connected to Tony Stark? In the MCU, not in the comics. I know in the comics she has more of a connection to Stark in the comics. How is she connected to Stark in the MCU? They've never met. As far as I could tell, they've never met. Maybe there's, who knows, maybe there's, there are 4 more episodes I gotta watch. Maybe they met, maybe they meet in another episode and she mentions it. I don't know. No. But in the MCU, as far as I'm aware, they haven't met. So what makes her think she's going to be the legacy of Tony Stark? I don't even know if Tony Stark knew she existed. Maybe he did, because he was aware of Peter Parker and all that. You know, maybe he was like, that Riri Williams. I remember her. You know, they might add that in like fucking Avengers Doomsday randomly in a flashback, because they already got Robert Downey Jr. They could just do it in a flashback. I'm keeping an eye on Riri Williams at MIT. Also, Dr. Doom looks like me. Pepper, need you to run a scan on this black woman at MIT. She's extraordinary. Like fucking, you fucking knows, man. This shit's a fucking clusterfuck, dude. Oh my god, the MCU is fucked. So, yeah, so the dean and the professor, they conclude that she needs to get the fuck out. She's been expelled 4 years down the shitter. Bye-bye, you know. But on the way out, she steals the suit that was made. The suit that is technically MIT property, because they funded it and she just built it, is technically theirs. So she steals it. And they just leave her. The security guards just leave her unattended to just steal her shit. Like, steal that shit, just steal it. Like, I've been watching a lot of police body cam footage recently. Nothing serious, just like, drunk people and people that steal stuff. Nobody's dying or anything, just stupid shit. And one thing I see commonly in those police body cam footages is that if you have someone that needs to be removed from the property, you don't let them just go. You don't leave them unattended. You stay with them the entire time until they leave. Until they're off the campus. Not just the building, off the campus. Watch them. But no, the security guards are like, oh, get your shit and get out. And they just walk away. Like, of course she steals the suit. Duh. Oh, and perpetuating fucking stereotypes. Black people stealing shit. Thanks, Marvel. Thanks. Twitter's just gonna have a fucking field day. So Riri steals the suit. She flies towards Chicago. There's this like clippy AI in there that's what was the avatar? It was like some kind of clippy AI kind of like thing in there. Looks like Skippy from Cyberpunk. I don't remember what the avatar was, like what the object was. The avatar was, it was like a hammer or something, or a screwdriver or something like that. I don't fucking remember. He's pointless. But the AI is also kind of retarded. So Riri's on her way to Chicago. Meanwhile, in Chicago, there's this group of criminals that are doing this heist in this rich person's building or something like that. And then we see Eric Andre. His character's name is Stewart. And the moment I saw Eric Andre, I was like, fuck, okay. Here we go. This show is not going to be fucking serious, okay? This is going to be typical Disney Plus slop. Okay. Where am I? Okay. And then okay, here we go. This complaint is probably going to get me in trouble, all right? But I don't fucking care, okay? I don't care. I'm so tired of seeing zesty niggas. I'm so tired of seeing them. Because there's this drag queen in the criminals group. And he's just so fucking zesty. I can't handle it. It's too much. I'm tired of seeing it. And this is coming from a bisexual dude. So you know it's pretty bad. A bisexual dude is sick of seeing zesty shit. I'm tired of seeing it. Find another fucking gimmick, please. I'm tired of it. Like with the long fingernails and the flamboyant, like, feminine personality. Please. And then funny thing is that Disney recently revealed that they're having trouble with the Gen Z male demographic. I wonder why, when you make your shows about women and zesty dudes and dancing and being gay, surprise, men are not fond of watching stuff like that in their action movies. Good Lord above, I'm about to get clipped for saying that. So one of the members of the group has like this piece of tape that they just put on the door handle, on the lever of the door handle, and then it blows up the thing, and it's like, what was the point of doing that? Why didn't you just lockpick it and then just go in? Don't leave evidence. Like, don't leave, because if they catch you, they're going to use that against you. At least when you lockpick the door, there's a little bit of plausible deniability. It's like, I mean, maybe the door was just unlocked. What makes you think I lockpicked it? The door was just unlocked. But when you blow up the fucking door handle, it's like, you blew this up, dude. Clearly you fucking broke in. Alright? Like I said, I've been watching body cam footage of police officers, and I've been paying attention to how suspects are charged. Yeah, blowing up the door handle, that catches you a bigger charge than just lockpicking it. Because at least the lockpicking has plausible deniability. Anyway, so Stewart, he fucks up the alarm, and the people inside get caught by the security, who, for some reason, coincidentally, when they first enter the building, there's no security. And then when the alarm goes off, all the security comes from upstairs to fight them. And it's like, so y'all just didn't have anybody on the bottom floor? Like, statistically speaking, people are more likely to break in on the bottom floor because the ground, I can't believe I'm going to have to explain it this way, but the ground is more accessible than the fucking sky. Look at what this fucking show has submitted me to. Look at what they're doing to me. This is inhumane. We're only 8 minutes into the show. Do you see now why I wanted to quit? Why I didn't even want to fucking do this show? Like, this shit is garbage. It's garbage. It's fucking garbage, dude. Oh my god. Okay, let's keep going. So, after the failed heist, we get introduced to who you can only presume is the primary antagonist, or based on what I know about this show, the secondary antagonist. We'll get to that. Named the Hood, or his name is Parker, but he goes by the Hood. Played by Anthony Ramos, which Anthony Ramos is basically the Hispanic Michael B. Jordan, where he just plays himself in every fucking role. But anyway, also they did my man dirty with we'll get to that later. So they're like, oh, we need to get a new member of the crew. Stewart's kind of retarded. So coincidentally, when they say that, Riri Williams flies over them, and they're like, let's go get her.
Well, we gonna find someone in the next couple days. And we still got Tunnel, Heirloom, the big job.
And then Riri in the air, she's dealing with her AI, and the AI says, hey, give us your student ID. I have several fucking questions. First of all, and the thing is, I will have more questions as I ask these questions, and you get more information about what happens next. First of all, why would you put that in there? Like, if you are the one building the suit, why would you put that in there? Secondly, if they told you to put it in there, why didn't you disable it mid-flight? Why didn't you disable it before you started flying? Did you just not remember that? That I was going to ask you for your student ID? And then she gives the student ID, and then they say, hey, you're expelled. Guess what? Fuck you, I'm ejecting you into the ground. Like, no, seriously, the suit just falls the fuck apart mid-flight. Because she's expelled. Why would you... Why would you program the suit to disassemble itself if you're expelled? Why would you program the suit to do that? That's like fucking programming a car to unbuckle your seatbelt when it detects a fucking crash. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh man. And I said this on Twitter, that I genuinely think this is worse than The Acolyte. This show is fucking worse than The Acolyte. I'm so serious. Riri Williams, the black genius, the black female genius, the steward of Tony Stark's legacy, is too stupid to think, I should probably program the suit to go through a set of procedures to safely land the armor on the ground and eject the person that's in it and then return back to the owner, right? No, the suit just fucking falls apart and destroys it. And that's the thing, is that, like, she didn't even program self-preservation measures into the suit. The suit destroys itself because she's expelled from MIT. Man, Marvel really is not sending their fucking brightest, dude. They're just not. Like I said, we're only about 8 or 9 minutes into this fucking show right now, dude. That's how bad it is. The show's 40 minutes. This episode's 40 minutes long, and I'm only about 10 minutes in. Oh, yeah, that was another thing I had, was that they had the conversation about expelling her before they brought her into the dean's office. They didn't think, hey, we should probably lock down her fucking suit. We have the ability to lock down her fucking suit. Why are we not locking down her suit before she gets expelled? Like, they do this at, like, corporate America, where they like, you know, they shut off your credentials when you get fired so that you can enter, and then once they fire you, they just go, and your credentials are gone. You can't come back in. Get your shit and get out, right? And then once you're out, your badge doesn't work anymore, right? So why didn't they do that at MIT? You know, the school that's supposed to have the best and the brightest of America. Fuck it, not even America, the best and the brightest of the world, right? Too stupid to fucking go through simple termination procedures. Lord. Okay, so Riri finally crashes on the ground, and it makes this just ugly fucking, like, logo. It says Ironheart from the destroyed street. The destroyed street, I don't know, it looks like dog shit. She gets up and she starts carrying her stuff to her mom's house. And this little like, this show literally has everything I fucking hate in it. Like, you know, race-based like themes and fucking like not like even serious race-based themes, just like fucking I'm black and I'm beautiful, I'm smart because I'm black. That kind of shit is gay. And then fucking it's got stupid like fucking effeminate ass men in it, which is like all of them are effeminate. There's one more that we have to introduce. He's effeminate. We'll get to it. There's two actually so far. So then we get this little boy, this child actor, who's, you know, he's hip, he's smart, and he's cool with the streets and shit, but he's young. And it's just like, okay, we did this with Samaritan. Watch my last video if you don't understand that. We did this with Black Adam. Like, we even did this in Iron Man 3. This trope's got to stop. This trope's got to stop. Because this kid is fucking annoying. Just like all the others. They're fucking annoying. Hollywood, stop it. So then we get this really intense exposition, right? Where Riri's mom has her friends over, and the friends are telling her things that like just are just so nakedly expository. It's disgusting. Just listen to it.
Yeah, but I can sense it's still weighing on Riri after 5 years. Not being able to say goodbye to Natalie or her stepdad. Such a tragedy.
But on a side note, I love Cree Summer's voice. She has a lovely voice. I love her voice. So then Riri enters the house and her mom's like, "What are you doing? You were expelled." Well, no, she doesn't say she was expelled yet. We'll get to that. She was like, "What are you doing here? And you just gonna bust in here? I have questions for you." And then her mom's friend, voice played by Cree Summer, she's like, "Oh, I got black obsidian for your bad vibes." She's a fucking crystal lady, which is just like, oh man, grippy socks, man, grippy socks. But then this guy named Xavier shows up. Dude's on my gaydar. That's the one of the two guys I was talking about. He's on my gaydar. That dude ain't straight. He don't feel straight. Of course, the show was written and directed by a woman, so not surprised. That's kind of a trope. We'll get to that later in my conclusion for these 2 episodes. So she escapes with Xavier from her mom's house after dropping her shit off, just being a horrible fucking daughter. Doesn't even like sit down and talk to her mom and give her the common decency of, like, you know, acknowledging her mother's existence. Just drops her shit off and avoids all of her questions and just leaves. Just a horrible way to talk to your mother, but treat your mother. That's a horrible way to treat your mother. But anyway, she leaves with Xavier. And when we got to the beach scene, or when I got to the beach scene, I quit for the evening. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Because I had gotten to an entire page of notes, and I wasn't even halfway through the episode. I was like, I can't do this. 15 minutes and 34 seconds in was when I quit, and I said, I can't do this right now. I can't. Because it was just too much, dude. It was too much. So then I came back the next day, watched the rest, and during her conversation with Xavier, she tells him, I need resources, and I don't mind if I don't really play by the rules to get them, is basically what she says. And it's like, so you haven't learned your lesson. That you trying to skirt around the rules got you fucked up. You being ungrateful and conniving got you kicked out of MIT, and you're still gonna keep doing it. Oh, you see, you like that framing? Like, fucking, this is the past and the present. Like, I even put a note here. This is why people keep saying black people are the usual suspects. I don't like seeing it on Twitter, but hey, man, stop falling into stereotypes, and it'll stop happening. Anyway, so next, Xavier takes Riri to her father's garage, because her father, was it her stepdad? Was it her stepdad? Stepdad. Okay, yeah. So it was her stepdad. So it was her stepdad's garage, and there was a mural painted on the wall nearby of Riri's stepdad and her best friend, who is also Xavier's sister, Natalie. So, and then there's this part where like just fucking the ADR coming from Xavier is fucking horrendous. Like just watch this.
He used to sing along to every song on the radio. Word for word, note for note. And you and him used to work every waking moment on that trash Barracuda.
Like, that was just embarrassing. Like, he's clearly just sitting there just not talking. Like, oh, man. And then in this scene, I was really confused about what exactly they were doing with Xavier. Is he supposed to be the love interest? Is he not? Is he just supposed to be a friend? And I was like, I just wrote, I can't tell if Xavier and Riri are supposed to have sexual tension or not. And then I can't tell if it's intentional either. So I don't know what their relationship is. Does he have a crush on her? Or because he kind of asks, like in episode 2, he kind of asks her out on a date, but they don't really do anything. So I don't know what their relationship is supposed to be. We'll see in the next 4 episodes. And this is when I noticed the like I mentioned it earlier, but I noticed it here was when they are just horrible about expositional dialogue, where characters will just drop crucial information or expository information in the most on the nose and clunky way possible. I'll just play an example here.
I brought you here because the field would have devoured 15-year-old you. So we tailored a course of study to your needs.
And then this was the next scene is when I realized that Riri has a tendency to shit talk Tony Stark and say that he ain't shit, and then vacillate to the other side and be like, oh, he was great, he was an amazing mind, he was a genius. Like, fucking pick one. So then next day, Riri goes to this I forgot, there's a scene where they go to, like, her and Xavier go to this junk house where she tries to buy parts to repair her suit. And one of the criminal groups, one of the Hood's, members, named, what's his name? I think his name is John. John, right? Yeah, knife guy. John meets Riri at the junk house, and he pays for her stuff to get her attention. And he's like, hey, you want some money? Slide by here. We got an interview for you, right? And of course, Xavier, he's in the background, suspicious, but we never get a follow-up on that. In this episode, at least. There's no follow-up where Xavier's like, hey, man, I don't know if you want to be hanging out with them people. They look kind of shifty, There's nothing like that. There's not even a conversation about it. It's just, that shot is just there for no reason. But, so back to where I was. The next day, she goes to the interview place, which is this abandoned pizzeria. She goes into the elevator, but then there's like this thing in the corner. This was in the trailer. This thing in the corner covered in a burlap sack. And she constantly looks at it, glances at it multiple times. She's clearly curious about it. So I don't know why she just chooses to not, like, at least peek under it and be like, hey, what's this thing? She just goes, oh, fuck it. It's just some weird thing in the corner, You don't know. There could be a fucking gremlin under there. There could be a fucking some kind of troglodyte or something. Some weird thing under there that could attack you. And you just go and be like, fuck it. It's kind of there. I see it, but fuck it. But that's another thing, is that the show is so on the nose about this thing in the corner being important that, like, fucking Riri looks at it like 3 times, and it's like, okay, we get it, that thing in the corner is important. I get it. Alright? It would have been a lot more, like, shocking if there was just a wide shot and there was a thing in the corner, and then we just don't see it again until it becomes important. That would have been way more satisfying. People, like, I mentioned this in my Samaritan review in the last video, that I think some directors or writers are super duper self-conscious about the fact that sometimes people just don't pick things up. But that's a you problem. That's a you problem, big fella. Not our fault that you want to hit us over the head with it multiple times. Is it sunny outside? It's kind of cloudy. Okay, so while she's riding the elevator up, the elevator stops, and then gas just starts piling into the elevator. And then the hood comes on the intercom. He's like, "You got 3 minutes to escape. There's a gas mask in that thing under the sack. If you can hack it, you can get the gas mask." Riri, she tries to hack it, but then she says, "Fuck it. I'm gonna take the thing off of the thing, and I'm gonna break out of this bitch, basically." But it's another instance of vastly overestimating the power and strength of an adult female, because she takes this metal handrail off of the wall. She just pulls it off, and it's like, bitch, you are not Wonder Woman. I don't know who you think you are, but you're not Wonder Woman. And then we get this cringy reaction shot of the gang going like, "Oh, whoa, that's badass!" Like fucking.
Oh my god, that's clever.
No. Oh yeah, in this sequence, Riri. I'm just read what I said here. So I said, Riri argues with the hood about the legality of suffocating her in the elevator. This entire situation occurred because she did not care about the legality behind selling her tech to other students at dozens of other schools. She also expressed interest in scamming and stealing to get resources to Xavier. Pot, meat kettle. This is the first time in years I've had Black Rifle coffee. I used to have it back when I lived in North Carolina, but this is the first time I've had it since I lived in Tennessee, and it's pretty good. Pretty good. Just as good as I remember. Oh yeah, so Riri, she breaks out of the elevator, and then she's like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then Anthony Ramos's character, the hood, walks up, and they did my boy dirty. I don't know what this fit is. I don't know what this drip is, but no. Nah, it's not working, fam. It's not working, homie. Like with the hair and the hood and the... No, it's not working. Try again. Okay, so basically the hood is like, "Yo, want to get you to work for me. What's your price?" And then Riri, concerningly, for a hero, this is really concerning that she answered the question this way. She said, "It's a price you can't afford."
So what's it gonna cost to get you to change your mind?
You don't have that kind of money.
Huh?
It's like the heroes of today are just not going to hero school. I don't know, what is that in my hair? The heroes of today are not going to hero school. I don't know what that's about, but it's like, as a hero, the correct answer is there is no price to working with you. You can't pay me to work with someone like you. Right? That is the correct response. Right? And we're okay, I'm about to go on a tangent. The thing about being a hero, even with flawed characters like Iron Man, right? With Tony Stark, is that even with flawed heroes, there has to be that little nugget in their character that shows why they are a hero. Like, even with Tony Stark, even though he was like a playboy, like, weapons dealer that sold weapons and shit, right? In the heart of the character is a character that wants to do the right thing. He still wants to do the right thing, because even when he sold weapons, he didn't know that they were being sold to the 10 Rings. And then when he found out they were sold to the 10 Rings, he's like, "I gotta go fix this," right? So there's a nugget of the character that shows us that he is not a dickhead. Riri has not shown us that nugget of a character that could be a hero. Even in some villains, there's a nugget in that villain that shows us that they could be a hero. But they choose to be the villain. They choose to be bad guys. And Riri just doesn't have a nugget in either direction. She's just a full-on villain. We're just like, "I have a price you can pay me to be a bad guy. I have a price you could pay me to steal from people. I have a price you could pay me to ruin other people's lives." This character is not a fucking hero. This is horrible. Just the way that she answered that question showed me that this is going to be fucking bad. The heroes of today, like I mentioned this about Joaquin and Captain America, is that like he, for some reason, cares that people saw him save, like, you know, stop the bad guys from stealing the vibranium sample. Was it vibranium? No, it was adamantium. My bad. He stopped them from stealing the adamantium. He was like, "Oh, nobody saw it." It's like, no. You shouldn't care about people seeing you save the day. You shouldn't care. Same thing with Riri. You shouldn't have a fucking price if you're going to be the hero. And this is how I put it in the notes. Jesus, Riri, I don't find it particularly inspiring or heroic that you have a price you'd be willing to fold on to work with a guy that just tried to kill you. It's, as the kids these days would say, it's giving villains. It's giving villains. Oh, God. I gotta go brush my teeth after saying that shit. Ooh, that was... Whoo! Man, that was cringe. So then here's another instance of the show being inconsistent within seconds. So Riri says like the whole it's a price you can't afford thing, right? So she's willing to do illegal shit, right? But then she questions the legality of the jobs that the hood has for her. And it's like, you have mentioned several times in this fucking show that you don't care about the legality of these of how you get the money. You don't care. So why does it matter in this situation? This character is so painfully inconsistent. It's
You don't have that kind of money.
And if you agree to do the next 3 jobs with us, we'll have way more than this.
I assume these jobs aren't exactly legal.
like I said, I wanted to quit this show several times. I wanted to quit this review several times. That's how bad this shit is. This is why. This shit right here is why. Because the show will constantly gaslight you into thinking that, like, this character is something she is fucking not. Alright? Like, and then the thing is that, like, she accepts the forward. She, like, the hood opens up this box and you're like, here's like 100 hundreds, right? 100 bones, you know? 100 Benjamins, right? And he's like, here's your forward. You'll get the rest if you, like, fucking, like, you know, build the suit and be here tomorrow for the heist, right? Man, Riri takes the money, and it's like I wrote here, this character isn't even in the same ballpark as Tony Stark. She does the exact opposite of what Tony does. Like, seriously, like, Tony would not have taken this fucking deal. All right, he wouldn't have, because even though he was not necessarily a warmonger, but he fueled the machine of war by selling weapons to the U.S. military. He would never sell his weapons to terrorists. He would never do anything illegal willfully. If his company was doing something illegally, he didn't know about it. So Tony may be, you know, a weapons dealer, and he, you know, he's more in the gray in terms of how he makes his money. He's not explicitly breaking the law, but he's more in the gray area where it's lawful but awful, right? Riri is just like, I'm going to break the fucking law to make money. So, again, this character is the exact opposite of Tony Stark. And and I'll just put it here, what the professor says, because it's perfect for how I feel about Riri.
You have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
Riri's like, okay, I'm going to be a part of the heist. I'm going to be a part of the crew, right? So she's like, I got to get this suit finished before tomorrow. So she goes home and she works on the suit. And she has this, she's working on the suit, and I forgot, Xavier gave her this mixtape, and she's listening to the music, and then, like, she hears her dead best friend in the mixtape, like, I think it was like a voicemail or something in the mixtape, and she starts crying, and then her mom arrives, and they start this fucking argument. I fucking hate fake arguments, dude. Arguments that are just made for the sake of drama. It's such a stupid fucking argument, okay? Like, here's what I wrote. The argument between Riri and her mom is so retarded. Riri has this annoying ass trope of, I don't want to talk about something that is obviously very important to me. And that trope needs to fucking die, dude. Because the same thing happened in Quantum Mania, where Janet was it Janet? What's her fucking name? Janet is like, oh, like, I don't want to talk about the quantum zone or the quantum the quantum realm because fucking Kang is down there. And I'm not going to tell you about this very important thing. You shouldn't fuck around with the quantum verse or the quantum realm because there's a alien warlord down there that will destroy all of mankind.
Why didn't you tell us about
I will
all of
explain
this?
everything, but right now, I just need you to trust
Then make me trust you.
Let's just...
Like fucking, who has a fucking ship that I can touch and I can read his fucking mind. Oh my god, that movie fucking sucked, dude. Fuck. So yeah, it was just like, dude, this is clearly important to you. Just fucking talk about it, dude. If anything, you should talk to your mom about this because she's the one person that's not going to judge you. She's the one person that's not going to judge you over this loss, okay? You need to talk to this woman. So, Riri builds the suit and she uses it's made, like in the first episode, it's not really made to be that big of a deal, but it is. The next episode is going to make this a big deal, but Riri builds the suit, then she attaches this brain mapping scanning thing to her head. I forgot to mention, she uses the entire, as far as I can tell, at least her apartment, she siphons the power from her own apartment to charge the suit, and it takes 4 hours to charge the suit. So just fuck your mom's power bill, huh? This woman is such a horrible fucking person, dude. But she uses it to charge the suit, and then she does a brain mapping thing with this thing on her head. It scans her brain, and overnight she somehow sleep. Like, I have a bar stool or counter stool. She sits in this counter stool and falls asleep all the way until the morning, which is like, I don't know how you didn't just bust your ass. Beats me. Next morning she wakes up, and lo and behold, her dead best friend is standing in front of her. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? And then Natalie just says this really cringy line.
Natalie?
Well, who the hell else would it be, bitch?
Ooh. I cringed out of my skin when I heard that shit, dude. It was bad. It was really fucking bad, dude. And then that's the end of the episode, dude, man. Man. Oh, man. It took me longer to talk about this episode than the episode itself, dude. It was pretty fucking bad. Like I said, one of the worst episodes of television I've ever seen in my life. It was just, oof, man. So that was episode 1. I can't even like diminish this. This was fucking awful, dude. This was a horrible first episode. Like, if your first episode is ass, the rest of the show is probably not going to be good, okay? I can't even feign it and be like, oh, not off to a great start. No, it was just bad. Horrible. Fucking horrible. All right? It's not like Parks and Rec where, like, you could, like, take the first season, kind of, retool it a little bit and then make it funnier, and then the rest of the show is really good. No, this episode is just like, this shit is doomed. All right? It's doomed. I have a LaCroix sparkling water. I've never had this before, but I went back on the keto diet recently, so I can't have any sugar, so. It's like a White Claw if it didn't have any alcohol in it. Anyway, we're on episode 2. Okay. Episode 2 is not as bad as episode 1. It's still really bad, but it's not as bad as episode 1. Way less. Maybe I just gave up in episode 2 because I was just ready for the shit to be over with. But I have way less notes on episode 2. But I could have just gave up. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know, man. Episode 2 starts where episode 1 left off. I heard my dog. I guess she went into the room. But episode 2 starts where episode 1 left off. Riri staring at her dead best friend. And we come to find out she scanned her brain and it created an AI that was modeled after her best friend. So her best friend, it's not really her best friend, but the AI is modeled after her best friend, or the memories of her best friend, right? And this is when, like, during their conversation, this is when I was like, I think the actress that plays Natalie probably should have been the one that played Riri Williams. I just think she's a much more pleasant, Maybe it's just the character, the writing, but I just think she fits Riri's personality a lot better.
So you just gonna threaten my life and then ask for a favor.
Favor?
That's how you do business.
Girl, that was an order.
Oh.
Which, as
Like the way she delivers lines, she's just a lot more likable than what's her name, Dominique Thorne. I just think she's just a lot more likable than Dominique Thorne, dude. I don't know. Maybe it's the writing. Maybe it's just, I don't know, man. I just think she was a better choice for Riri than Dominique. That, and she looks younger. She looks like a college student, while Dominique, even though she's younger than me, she's like 20 something, right? She's 27. She's 4 years younger than me. She looks old enough to be my aunt, bro. She look old. She look old, dude. But anyway, basically, Riri's mom comes home and she does the black mama thing where she's like, if you hear me calling your name, you better come down here. If you're black, you understand. But she tries to hide the suit and Natalie. And I was just sitting there thinking, okay, so if your mom already knows the suit, if she already knows you're making a suit, she already knows of what you're capable of, what is the rationale behind hiding Natalie? I don't get the rationale behind hiding her. Oh, excuse me. I've seen a little bit of what happens in future episodes, and there is one character that she needs to keep it a secret from. But her mom, I don't quite understand it. But she decides, oh, you need to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So then, she talks to her mom, I think. I don't fucking remember, dude. She goes back into the room. She's like, I need to finish this suit before the heist. Because there's like a heist in this episode. And during this, Xavier sends her a text message like, hey, you want to come to the show tonight? And it's like, so, I was like, oh, so he is the love interest. Because he's asking her on a date. So he is the love interest, right? Right? She's like, dang, I need to get me some parts. And she accepts the date, by the way. But I need to get me some parts, but like fucking like I don't know who to find. Let me see if I can find some black market sales. Let's see if we can find some black market salesmen. The fucking criminal empire shit. Like fucking, oh my god. So she's like, let me just try to find a link. That Stewart guy. Let me go talk to him. Calls him up, goes straight to voicemail. I'm like, oh, so this nigga's dead. 100%. He's dead, isn't he? Disney Plus shows are so fucking trite now that you could just predict them. Just like that. But then Riri's like, there's this John, what was his name? What was his name? His character's played by that guy that tried to be Han Solo, young Han Solo. Joe. This guy named Joe. I just saw a spoiler. We'll get to that. So there's this guy named Joe who's a black market dealer, and he has all these extra, like these super duper expensive science-y parts and shit. So Riri's like, I gotta go take this suit to this guy. So she hauls the suit on this little cart that she bought from the annoying little boy from the last episode. She gets on the subway, which, I'm gonna just say this. Getting on the subway in Chicago with some super expensive high-tech shit. She's just on the fucking subway. There was like a football game or something on there, so everybody's wearing like this sport team's like mascot and shit. There's a guy sleeping on the subway, and he has a blanket, and Riri just takes the fucking blanket, and it's like, can you go like 5 minutes without committing a crime? Can you leave people the fuck alone? Can you just stop making everyone else's lives fucking miserable for 5 minutes? This is ridiculous. Yeah, she steals this blanket from a sleeping guy and puts it over her suit. Then she makes it to Joe's place, and Joe is this unassuming guy who just lives in the suburbs of Chicago, I guess. And like they go through this entire sequence showing that Joe's kind of a bitch, because he lets his neighbor walk her dog in his grass, and the dog poops in his grass. And she doesn't pick up the poop, which you're an evil son of a bitch if you don't pick up your dog's poop. He just, like, lets her do it, and then he ends up stepping in it. And he doesn't, like... No, that's the end of the episode, my bad. We'll get to that. What happened? Oh, yeah. So Riri's like, hey, you Joe? I'm looking for that, you know, that good. I'm looking for that good. Looking for it. You got that good? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he just goes inside, and then he invites her inside. He's like, I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. And then Riri's like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to tell somebody you're Joe. She's extorting people now. She's extorting people. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can she please just be a fucking... Can she please just be a fucking hero for 5 minutes? Please. Oh God. Oh my God. She is such a horrible fucking person, dude. Like, it's so frustrating, dude. It's so frustrating. Because writing heroes is not fucking hard. It's not hard to write a hero. Like, basically, to write a hero, all you do is take every selfish thing you would do, write the hero so that they don't fucking do it. It's that simple. It's like, oh man, if there was a door open and there was $1 million just sitting there in the back of a bank truck, I'd take that shit, right? Like, most people would take that shit. The hero wouldn't. It's really that simple. Like, if a bank truck was open, like a money truck was open, like a Loomis truck or a, what's that other one? Loomis and Brinks, right? They have a bank truck. It's open. There's $1 million just sitting right there. There's no security cameras. The driver is asleep, and there's no witnesses. You take the money out, no one's ever gonna know where that money came from, right? You'll just have $1 million, right? Set up to be perfect, right? Perfect. You could get away with it. Most people would take that money, right? The hero doesn't. It's really that simple. It's that simple to write a hero. And if you want to read more examples of this, it's a trope called What You Do in the Dark. Like, I think that's the trope, right? No, What You Are in the Dark. The trope is called What You Are in the Dark on TV tropes. You want to see more examples of that? It's right there. What You Are in the Dark. Riri Williams is clearly not a good person, all right? And, excuse me, writing a good person, writing a hero is not fucking hard. That's basically the Aesop here. Aesop? I don't fucking know. And this was the moment where I was like, I really don't want to watch this show anymore. Like, I hate this character. I hate Riri Williams. She's just an awful fucking character. So, meanwhile, like, Joe and Riri are riding to his secret bunker because she extorted him into showing her. He starts playing Alanis Morissette's You Ought to Know, which is a great song. I love that song. But yeah, like, meanwhile, Natalie has been, like, earlier Riri bounded Natalie to her laptop so she can't leave the laptop, and Natalie is like, oh my God, the effect of Natalie on the laptop screen is dog shit. All right, I could probably make this effect like just randomly at home. It's such a... What the hell? What the fuck? My right ear just went batshit. Oh my God. Hello? 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 Okay. Yeah, my right ear just fucking... Something weird just happened. Natalie finds a way to get out of the computer, and she, like, is coincidentally, Riri's mom... What is Riri's mom's name again? What's her mom's name again? Ronnie. That's a... Ronnie? It's a guy's name. Anyway, Natalie... Coincidentally, Ronnie has a projector projecting onto her art piece that she's painting. Don't know what the logic behind that is. Maybe she was tracing. I don't fucking know. And then, like, fucking, you know, Ronnie is shocked. And fucking, you know, they have a conversation. And then that, you know, we bounce back to Riri and Joe. And they're singing to You Ought to Know, which, again, great song. But you can clearly tell that, like, fucking, like, what's his name? Adrian? Alden Ehrenreich. He's actually, like, putting some effort into this, you know, where he's singing, you know, he's singing the shit out of this song. And then you look at Dominique Thorne and she's just, like, kind of just doing it, I guess. I don't know. I feel like she could have put more energy into that, but that's just me. Because man, when I sing in the car, dude, I be putting my soul into it, dude. Like, don't let So Much for Stardust by Fall Out Boy play. I'll sing my heart out. But basically, after that Riri's like, hey man, stop being a bitch. Stop letting people walk all over you. And he's like, maybe. All right. Okay, so they get to the bunker, or the thing, the silo that has all the tech in it. Riri goes inside, and we get that clip of him talking about fucking, it's a cozy silo, or whatever the fuck. I don't fucking remember, dude. And they have this whole conversation about, like, how he wanted to collect this tech because it'd be, you know, it'd be like literally the meme of it would be so awesome, it would be so cool. That's basically why he collects tech. And he's like, hey, like, at least you're bettering the world, right? And then, like, why do you want to build the suit? And then Riri was like,
because I could.
You don't want to, like, after the whole entire conversation about, like, here's how I wrote it. When asked why Riri built the suit after having a conversation about bettering the world, Riri simply says, because I could. Not because you want to better the world, not because you want to help save people, not because you want to, you know, give this suit to, like, the police or something so they can better police communities or something like that. You know, anything like that. Just simply because I could. You're a leading lady here, folks. That's what we're doing. Okay. Oh, God, I fucking hate this fucking character, dude. Riri finishes the suit, and she flies back to Chicago to start the heist. And she doesn't even fucking say thank you. He gave her free tech. Free, experimental, highly expensive tech, and she doesn't even say thank you. Yeah, doesn't even say thank you, dude. Like, fucking, ugh. God, this fucking character sucks. This character makes me unreasonably upset, dude. Like, I fucking hate this character. So the heist starts, and basically they're trying to get this executive of this company called Tunnel, where it's like basically it's Elon Musk's like super tunnel from underground that's on a rail system and shit. Fucking whatever, dude. They also had this comment earlier in the episode. I forgot to mention it. They had this comment earlier in the episode where it's like, oh, they're doing this underneath underprivileged communities and then blah 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 blah. Bitch, shut up. It'll bring revenue to your dumbass fucking ghetto ass community. Shut up.
Wait, robbing the Sheila Zarate? You mean Sheila? I don't care if my tunnels destroy entire communities if it makes me rich, Zarate?
Anyway, fucking, it's a tunnel that goes under the community anyway, so it's not gonna fucking bother you anyway. You're not gonna know about it. But whatever. Fucking capitalism bad. Retards. So the heist happens. Riri's part is that she's supposed to put this USB drive into this thing, and then it'll reboot the system so the zesty drag queen can reset the system and get access to it. Meanwhile, while she's flying through the tunnels and shit underground, like, John and two other guys, they go in to beat up the security, and John just starts throwing knives at people. It's like, you are killing people. You're killing people, dude. Like, hello? Like, you're just killing people that are just, like, guarding a room. And they're just doing their job. And you're just killing them. It's not like the stupid-ass ACAP people. They were like, oh, fucking, they're just doing their job. Yeah, these are security guards. They are working for a private corporation. Protecting their private property. You're just killing people trying to protect their private property. This is all kinds of fucked. Alright? Riri, while she's flying, she gets distracted because Natalie pops up on her screen. And it scares her, and then she drops the USB drive down like a vent or something. And then she's like, fuck, I needed that. She didn't literally say fuck, but, you know, basically the sentiment is fuck. And then Natalie's like, I got a second solution. We need to time it perfectly, or it's gonna squish you. And it's like, okay. And then so basically the whole thing is that she needs to get under one of the things, and that she uses her armor's like hand to crawl out and then go inside of the car and then fucking like yeet the accelerator so it comes off the edge. It causes the emergency shutdown. Zesty drag queen dude, he gets into the system, And then the Hood is inside of the car with the executive, and he's like, "Hey, you're stuck here. You're gonna sign this contract, and you're gonna give me and my associates royalties and stock in your company. You're gonna do that." So basically, he extorts her, I guess. Riri almost gets squished. They escape. Riri gets out of the tunnel. She's whooping it up with her AI that looks like her best friend. Then a security guard shows up with a Glock 17, and he's like, "Hey, freeze, motherfucker!" Then Natalie freezes, just has a glitch, and she's like, "The fuck, Natalie, close my visor." Close my visor so I don't get shot in the face, right? And it's clear that Natalie is like glitching. She's not responsive, right? For some reason, Riri doesn't just turn around. Like, she clearly can move her limbs and stuff, but she doesn't just turn around. Like, literally, like, just her face is up, right? Her face mask is up. The rest is, I assume the rest is bulletproof, right? She could just do this. Why not just do that? Just turn around. Just turn around and he can't hit you. If the faceplate was enough to protect you, why not just turn around? So anyway, Riri doesn't turn around. Natalie is glitching. And then out of nowhere, a fucking bullet flies over Riri's shoulder and curves and hits. Clearly there's some kind of like demon magic or some shit controlling the bullet in midair. And then it hits the security guard. Riri is like, yeah, I'm good. You know, after the Hood shoots the guy, he's like, "Are you good?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm good." And he's like, "Get back to base and shit," right? And for some reason, Riri has a problem with this, where he's like, "Don't worry, he's gonna be all right. He'll live," right? He's not dead. He's just got shot in the arm. But Riri's like has a problem with this, and it's like, first of all, he's not dead. Second of all, you've already proven that you don't really give a fuck. Thirdly, you signed up for this. You know, you knew that you were gonna get in with these morally ambiguous, morally questionable people, and you didn't think, hey, maybe they might do something I don't like. You know, like fucking, what is that in my hair? What is that in my hair? There's stuff in my hair. There's stuff and things in my hair. I don't fucking like it. So I don't really understand why Riri is concerned when the guy's not dead, and you knew that these people were morally questionable. So don't know why you fucking care. And on top of the fact that, like, fucking, never mind, fuck it. Anyway, they get back to the headquarters. God, I don't want to talk about this fucking show anymore. Anyway, they get back to the headquarters, and you know, they talk about Riri and fucking the other black girl in the group. I don't fucking remember her name. They talk about the Hood. They talk about Parker, and like, the girl's like, "Oh yeah, he's fine as hell, but he's got like these scales under him for some fucking reason, but he's fine as hell." Like, basically, she's like, I'd lick whipped cream off of his abs if I could. It was basically how thirsty she is in this scene.
Okay, one time I saw Parker shirtless, fine as hell.
And then they interrupt the I forgot to mention John, the knife guy. He's cousins. He's the cousin of Parker, the Hood. And he's like, "Hey, here's a drink. We're about to have a toast, right? Shut the fuck up talking about my cousin," basically is what he's saying. And then the Hood is like, "Here's a toast to the thieves that there is no honor among. You will see soon. There is no honor among us because this shit is predictable." And Riri reluctantly fucking like toasts. And then after that, Riri goes outside, and oh my god, dude! I had the subtitles on. And as she's outside, the subtitles literally say, "Captivating music playing." You have no faith in your own stuff, that you have to tell deaf people that your show is captivating because you have no faith. No faith in this product at all. I mean, that it makes sense that you don't have any fucking faith. This thing sat on the shelf for like a year after it was done. So I'm not surprised you don't have any. Did you guys hear that? There was like a tire screech outside. Anyway, Riri brings the suit down. It's been recharging using solar and wind energy. which I guess it's using solar energy from the moon, because the reason why you can see the moon at night is because it's the light from the sun reflecting off of the surface of the moon. That's why you can see the moon. But I guess she's getting solar energy from her suit from the moon and the wind. I mean, of course the wind makes sense, but the moon, the sunlight from the moon. Well, okay, sure, whatever. I guess. Fucking, the suit lands and Natalie's like, "Yo, what's up?" And then Riri's like, "Why the fuck did you freeze?" And she's like, "Shit, I don't know, nigga. You made me. Why did I freeze?" You know? But that's besides the point. That guy has demon energy. Parker, she's talking about Parker. But she's like, that guy has demon energy. Riri's like, fucking whatever. Like, we need to get you the fuck out of here, right? And this is when I mentioned in the notes, the most interesting aspect of this show is the one that Riri seems to actively be avoiding, which is the idea of her creating an AI of her best friend. And it just does, the show refuses to explore this. Where, like, the show has Riri actively pushing this really interesting concept away. Riri goes home, tells her mom... No, her mom tells her... Ronnie tells her about how amazing Natalie is. And I don't even remember how the show... The episode ends proper. I don't even remember. I just remember Ronnie tells Riri that, hey, this AI is awesome. And that's it. That's all I remember. Oh, I forgot. She went to the fucking show before she went home. She went to the show with Xavier. And I guess they are trying to make them a couple, I guess. And then we get some ominous stuff of the Hood. He has these veins on his back. And the Hood is in like this metal safe or some shit like that. Okay, yeah. That was basically it. And then the episode ends proper with Joe stepping in dog poop, and he's like, you know what? I've had enough. He was just gonna scrape the crazy thing is that he was gonna just scrape the dog poop off of his shoe and then just go inside, and it's like, no, I don't have a shoe with me right now, but if you own a shoe, which if you're watching this, you probably do, if you look under your shoe, on the sole of your shoe, there's like grooves, and the dog poop will still be in there after you scrape it. You have to like get a hose and like hose it out. Like, you can't just go back inside. Like, that's disgusting. But he decides, you know what? No. He takes some clippers, he goes over to that lady's house and then clips her flowers. And for some reason, he has some flowers in his mouth when he stands up, and then You Ought to Know by Alanis Morissette starts playing again, and that's the end of the episode as he walks home. And the show can't even get, we don't even get to see the lady's reaction. The lady's name is Heather, but we don't even get to see Heather's reaction to her flowers getting cut. That's like the satisfying part, not him cutting the flowers. Her reacting to the flowers getting cut is the satisfying part. Like, hello, Bumblebee did this better. When Bumblebee, Charlie, and Nemo, I think was his name, Nemo, they egged the bully girl's car. They egged her car, and then Bumblebee just starts stomping on it and shit. You know, we get to see her reaction, where it's like she sees that her car got destroyed. That's the satisfying part. The part of her, of the person seeing their shit get destroyed. These people can't write. They can't write. They can't do anything right, and they can't write. Nothing is right. Nothing is fucking right. I got 4 more episodes of this shit, and this was the better of the 2. Episode 2 was better than the first one. This show fucking sucks, dude. So far, I've seen 1/3 of this show, and it sucks. As of right now, I can't think of anything to talk about in terms of closing this section of the video out. Yeah, part 2 after the ad break. tum-tum. Something for my tum-tum. I got something for my tum-tum. Because my tummy is a little bubbly. Because I had some sugar-free ice cream. And maltitol turns your tummy into a minefield. Okay, so my tummy is a rumbling. So I got some prebiotic soda. It's poppy. I love this stuff, man. Love it. So I just got back from the range. Got to try out my new my PSA dagger. I'm code naming it the Rottweiler. So more on that later. Oh, excuse me. Not in this video, just more on that later in general. So, all right, I got episode 3 is where shit just gets really, really bad. Okay. Like, I knew things were going to be bad when literally as soon as the intro song started, I was about to have a manic episode. I was on the verge of like emotional hysteria. It was really fucking bad, dude.
Let me tell you one thing I know. Like, I want to take no insult.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
I don't even remember what the song was, but as I described it, I'm not being hyperbolic. The song is loud, obnoxious, and in your face. Of course, I can't play it because of copyright, but yeah, that song, I was on the verge of having emotional hysteria. I was losing my mind. It was so bad. Do not disturb on Discord. I don't want any sounds playing while I'm doing this. All right, so episode 3 starts with the team. They were celebrating after that heist in the second episode. They literally start the episode with Riri dancing, throwing, making it like making it rain, like what's his name, Klaus from Black Panther. I made it rain, that stupid ass line. Anyway, it was weird because it's like you ended the previous episode with Riri being a little unsure about her relationship with these band of thieves, this rogues gallery, right? So the next episode starts with her, I guess for lack of a better term, shucking and jiving, having fun with these criminals when their leader almost killed a security guard. But this show has the character being so fucking inconsistent. It's not funny. Oh yeah, fucking this part was nuts. I could not believe this, right? So Clown is the I think she's the only other. No. There's the zesty dude named Slug. Clown is the tiny black girl that is a pyromaniac. At some point she lockpicks the vault that Hood's cape is in, and she puts it on. Like, I was like, are you fucking serious? You're talking about a guy that can go invisible and he bends bullets through like fucking demon powers and shit. Spoiler alert, demon powers, magical demon powers. I'm not fucking joking, right? And she just puts it on. Like, he's a clearly super dangerous person, and he would be less than thrilled seeing you wear that fucking hood. So I don't know what's gotten into you. And of course, John shows up and slams her head into the fucking table and says, who the fuck do you think you are putting that hood on, right? Naturally, he would do that. So, and then at that point, it was like, okay, wait a minute. Where is Parker? Where is he? Why is he just left his hood in the vault when there's other people in here? Like, usually he wears the hood and then he takes it off at the end of the day, but he just wasn't wearing it this time. Why? Because we needed Clown to lockpick the vault and put it on so we could have this fake ass confrontation, right? As I said here, you mean to tell me he leaves what is obviously some kind of supernatural artifact in a hideout with a lockpicking moron? Okay, so Riri tries to confront John about slamming Clown's head into the table, and she stands up to him and it's like, Riri, you are just a random black woman that can build a suit, right? You are not going to stand toe-to-toe with this knife-wielding maniac. He's going to kill you, all right? You're ridiculous for thinking that you could go toe-to-toe with this man. Back up, all right? But then Parker comes in and he's like, all right, let's bring the temperature down. We got to relax, guys. We got this big hit coming up soon. Got to relax. It's not that serious. We all understand. Don't touch my shit, okay? So he tries to break up the situation. So then they come to the table, and then everyone's all stinky about fucking John slamming Clown's head into the table. And it's like, dude, like you were messing around with his cousin's shit. Of course he's going to be like, don't touch my cousin's shit. So they try to make a big stink about it, and then he apologizes for doing it. It's like, I really, as much as as much as I get what they're trying to say, I really don't think he should apologize because he was protecting his cousin's stuff. So, of course he's going to be like, don't touch my cousin's shit, you freak. Oh, yeah, so after this, oh, my God. So, after this, there's this scene where Parker and Riri have a conversation, and the conversation, there's two parts to this conversation. The first half of the conversation is effectively just the two characters, establishing that Parker is not a bad guy or a good guy. He's morally gray, right? And it's not subtle in the slightest. You're supposed, when it comes to morality, you have to show the character being morally gray. Don't tell us the character is morally gray. But like, so much so that fucking Parker literally just tells her that he's morally gray.
Before my hood, I was a nobody. But with it, maybe a little unsavory, but yeah, I'm unstoppable.
Ridiculous. Mind you, Riri, as I wrote here, Riri opens the conversation with Riri opens the conversation saying that she is not a criminal after she has already committed several crimes on screen in this very show. But she's not a criminal, she says. Okay, sure. Whatever. Side note, I need to work on the lighting in my new place. It's kind of dark. I need to work on the lighting a little bit. Oh, fucking, we got that really cringy moment from the trailer where Parker's like, your suit is, and then he doesn't get to finish it, and then fucking Riri's like, iconic, and it's like, there's literally nothing iconic about your suit. It is, I mean this literally, it is a worse version of Tony Stark's suit. A worse version. Because it doesn't even have an arc reactor in it. You have to rely on solar and wind energy. It's literally worse than Tony Stark's. So, I don't know how your suit is iconic. Not only are you copying someone else's shit, you've made a worse version of someone else's shit. Iconic, though. Yeah, and doubling down on the whole morally questionable thing, I wrote here, we need to have a chat about how to write morally questionable characters, because having two characters have a conversation about the fact that one of them is morally questionable is not acceptable. So the second half of the conversation that I was talking about earlier is the nature of Parker's hood and his powers, and Parker basically says, yeah, it's magic. And then Riri, oh man, I cannot believe I'm about to say this. Riri says that magic is just another way of saying I don't know.
Magic is code for I don't know.
The logic behind that doesn't fucking make any sense. Because you'd think he would just explain to you how it works if it wasn't magic, right? He wouldn't say I don't know. He would explain to you how it works. But this man has yet to lie to you and say that it's not magic. He has yet to lie to you and say that it's, fucking like, the only thing he lied about is, spoiler alert, he lied about what happened to Stewart, which we'll get to that. So the other aspect of that line that's really stupid is that I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but The Last Night does this kind of concept in a better way. So what do I mean by that? Riri Williams and Cade Yeager are two very similar characters in terms of the setup. They're both engineers and scientists and inventors that are very pragmatic and believe in concrete ideas, not nebulous things such as magic, right? Magic and mysticism and all that shit, right? So they're very similar genres of character. But what Cade does is actually way better written than what Riri says. And I can't believe I have to say that. So here's what Cade says when he gets told that something is magic.
Well, with that I agree wholeheartedly, but logic has left the building. You're talking about magic.
What, like you're a walking, talking Lamborghini? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Arthur C. Clarke. Impressive.
The last night, the actual worst Transformers movie, The Last Night, did something better than Ironheart. This is how deep in the fucking trenches we are right now, folks. So, moving on. Riri goes back home and she gifts Xavier these new expensive headphones. And he's like, let's have a chat outside. And then he's like, hey, what you doing? This shit's kind of sketchy. Like, you were broke and kicked out of college last week. Now you're buying me expensive headphones. What's going on, right? Perfectly normal question to ask, right? But the problem is that exchange is a 3-sentence exchange. Then they just start talking about Natalie again. What is guys, how about we actually explore the concepts that we are introducing in a meaningful way? Like, for example, Cyberpunk does the whole criminality to like get ahead in life aspect. That entire concept does it way better, explores it way better. I mean, of course, it's like a 120 hour long game, so of course it should be able to explore that a lot better than a 6-episode TV show. But it does, you know. It's just an example of how to explore these ideas. Is that characters actually have, like, your foil in terms of the story is Takamura, who is an ex-Arasaka bodyguard, right? And he constantly, berates you for being a criminal and a thief and all of that. But at the same time, your character V explains, hey, like, your corporations, like Arasaka, Militech, Kang Tao, all these corporations, they made life a living hell in this city, and crime is the only way for me to get out of this gutter, right? So Cyberpunk actually explains and explores this idea of criminality being the only option to get ahead. Ironheart does not do this. There's no exploration behind why Riri Williams thinks it's necessary to commit crimes to get ahead. There's just no explanation. No exploration. It's just, she just thinks, I just need to break the law to get ahead in life. Why? When you're as smart as you are, you could just get a fucking job and just say, oh, fuck. A fucking plot hole just popped up into my fucking head just now. Is that in episode 1, it's established that Riri Williams is a well-known savant in the Chicago area. And she's had newspaper articles written about her. The whole city knows about how special Riri is. How could she not get a fucking IT or engineering job in Chicago? Which, let's explore that. Let's explore that for a second. What tech industry jobs are in Chicago? And of course we got Google's AI helping me out, making it real quick to read. Is that you've got software developer, data scientist, cloud engineer, cybersecurity specialist, full stack developer. All these jobs she could have got with her legendary status as Riri Williams, the savant of Chicago. Yet she chooses to face a life of crime when everyone knows she's a super genius. Make it make sense. So I kind of lied when I said it was a 3-sentence exchange about Riri's morally questionable antics. There's this really clunky segue where I don't think I could play the whole exchange. It's just too long. But there's this clunky segue where Xavier is like, hey, you're being shady. Man, I remember Natalie and like how she was just so open and great and blah, 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 blah. Tell me about what this shady shit that you're doing. It's such a clunky transition. It's so bad, dude. Like, as I wrote, it plays out like, tell me what I want to know. Your dead best friend. Now tell me the truth. It's horrible conversation syntax. Really bad. What is that? That spot. That's distracting me. I need a haircut. That's probably what that is. Oh yeah, and then the worst part is that we don't even actually see the end of that conversation. And as we see in like the next episode, she didn't tell him shit. Okay, so we didn't see the end of that conversation, and I don't think it was going to have anything valuable for us. But the conversation gets interrupted when Joe, from the black market biotech guy, he shows up at Riri's front door. And Ronnie's like, who the fuck is this? And then Riri's like, oh, it's my coworker. And then they do the thing like they do in Captain Marvel, where they point out the bad writing, but they don't ever address it. They just play the bad writing as a joke, where points out that what's his fucking name, Joe, has these illegal black market blueprints, and he's just carrying them around in broad daylight.
I thought your work was confidential. Should you really be walking around with blueprints?
My thoughts, exactly.
And it's like, yeah, that is a plot hole, that is a problem, that doesn't make any fucking sense. But you still did it anyway. So that doesn't fix the problem. It's like time is like a fucking flat circle, dude. I just keep bringing up the same fucking problems every fucking Marvel movie. It's just the same fucking thing. And then people wonder why I didn't watch Fantastic Four, because it's the same fucking problems every goddamn fucking movie. Every goddamn show is the same fucking problems. This shit's about to make me crash out, dude. It's fucking frustrating. Holy shit. So Joe wants Riri to help him with a project, but because Riri taught him how to stand up for himself and grow a backbone, he's like, Riri says no, but Joe's like, no, you are gonna work with me 6 p.m. tomorrow, or I'm gonna tell your mom about what we did. That sounded fucking horrible out of context, but you know what I mean. And then Joe's like, you will be at my place at 6 p.m. Ta-ta for now, and he fucking leaves, right? Which, good on him, because fuck Riri. As we'll see in episode 4, fuck Riri Williams. Holy shit. But Joe goes back. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's this like fucking staring ass, looking ass black old woman staring at Joe like he's got 2 heads because he's white, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't know why she looked at him like that. It was fucking bizarre. But yeah, as I said here, that's what you get, Riri. Being a fucking jerk and not even saying thank you to Joe for helping you. Now he's got blackmail material on you. Great. Love it. I love seeing this character just go through hard shit, dude. Love it. And then fucking at some point, Natalie is like, yo, like fucking, you're in over your head dealing with this Satan magic man. All right. He's got super Satan powers and shit, which, again, that's not really necessarily established yet. I actually haven't even seen the episode that establishes that Parker is powered by Satan magic, right? But I already know what it is, so I'm just jumping ahead, so fuck it. But she's 100% right. Riri's way over her fucking head, and she does this very frustrating thing where like she refuses to ask for help, she refuses to let people know what's going on, and then when people like call her out on it, she plays the victim. It's really fucking annoying. You'll see a really bad example of this in episode 4. There was a music choice that was ass after this. I forget what it was. It was like one of those establishing shots where Riri and Natalie are like hanging out, and then fucking like some really ass music starts playing. So Riri makes this really stupid assertion, or the stupid like assumption that Parker would just let her go willingly when he was a guy that shot a security guard for doing his job. Like, you think that a guy like that would just let an Avengers level asset just walk away? Right, sure. So then we get this, Riri and Natalie go to the garage where her stepdad and Natalie died, like the real Natalie, not the AI Natalie, right? And then she gets a flashback where we find out that, I mean, it's kind of obvious. We're talking about Chicago, all right? So it's kind of obvious what happened to Riri's stepdad and Natalie, right? But we find out that a drive-by killed both of them, and Riri was hiding behind the car door of this vintage muscle car, right? I need Hollywood to understand this, that cars are not bulletproof. Especially not the fucking doors. The doors are far from bulletproof. Like, I have, as a matter of fact, this right here, this handgun, 9mm, can punch through a car door very easily.
This is what happens when you shoot a car door with 9mm in 45 ACP. First up, we have 9mm. Crockies, 9mm passed straight through this car door and into the cab.
Like, car doors are what we call concealment, not cover. They're not cover, not at all. But yeah, that should have been in my gun video, but I forgot about that trope. But there is only one place where for future reference, there is only one place on a car that you can hide behind and possibly be safe. The engine block. Put the engine block in between you and the shooter, and you might make it. You might. So during this, after experiencing this flashback, Riri experiences a panic attack, and Natalie just tells her some shit that you could easily Google, which is just breathe in and breathe out very slowly, and that is the panic attack scene. That's it. Just she has a panic attack, and then Natalie gets her out of the panic attack, and Riri acts as if this is some fucking this amazing feat of technology and AI, because Natalie did a Google search and told her how to stop a panic attack.
Hey, that was good. You all right?
How you know how to do that?
Okay, but I made a comparison to a very good movie that does panic attacks and themes of anxiety very well, and that is Puss in Boots 2. Lovely movie. Please go watch it instead of this shit. But I wrote, unlike Puss in Boots 2, this panic attack is not impactful in the slightest because it's localized to this one location and this one memory. Spoilers for Puss in Boots 2, by the way. Puss in Boots 2 has Puss at his apex at the beginning of the film, only to be knocked down several pegs when he realizes he's on his last life, and there is the personification of death pursuing him and trying to take his last life. So it makes more sense, and it's executed way better in Puss in Boots 2. Because it's not just delegated to this one scene to show, oh, look, we're representing panic attacks accurately. Oh, look at us, we're so fucking thoughtful in our representation, and fuck you, dude. Like, Puss in Boots 2 actually ties in the panic attack and the anxiety into the theme of the movie, which is that Puss in Boots is forced to care about his life. He's forced to appreciate the life that he has because it's his last one. And that the reason why he has these anxiety attacks is because he's realizing that, like, it's over. If he dies again, it's over. So he has to learn how to appreciate the last life that he has, right? So, again, Puss in Boots 2, please go watch that movie. Fantastic movie. But Riri goes home, and the cops are home, and their cops are at her house, and they're like, we'd like to ask you some questions about a guy named Stuart. He's fucking dead. And I was like, yeah, there it is. He's fucking dead. I called it. Riri puts two and two together and realizes that Parker and John probably killed Stuart after they fired him. And instead of just playing it cool, trying to find an exit ramp, trying to, skip town, collect enough money and move her mom to a safe, secure, unknown location that Parker isn't aware of, instead of playing it cool, Riri decides, I have to act, and mind you, this decision, I'm not fucking joking, this decision is going to lead to everything falling apart. I'm not fucking joking, dude. Riri decides that now is the time to usurp Parker and try to get a piece of the hood so she can analyze it and figure out how to defeat him. Oh, and it gets worse. Riri goes to Joe, and Riri's Riri's trying to work on something for Joe, and Joe accidentally puts some shit in his fucking arm, and he needs Riri to pull it out. Riri is like, hey, you've got cloaking tech. Mind if I borrow something to use it for something? And the first thing Joe thinks of when Riri asks him about the cloaking tech is that it could be used. I'm not fucking joking. It can be used to circumvent gun control.
Cloak it from x-rays, metal detectors.
Can they be used to violate all kinds of concealed weapon laws?
Okay. Anyway. Fucking all I said was is that he's a massive, and you know what the other word is after that, but so Joe reveals, well, Riri is digging through some stuff and she pulls out a bag of ashes that say dad, right? And Joe reveals that his father is Obadiah Stane. And his name's not Joe. His name is Ezekiel Stane. Yeah, Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man movie. The son of Obadiah Stane is in this show. Which, it makes a lot more sense that he's in this show than fucking Satan-powered Anthony Ramos. That makes a lot more sense than Satan. All right, I'm going to tell you that right now. But we'll get to that when we eventually find out who the Satan-powered, like, madman behind the hood is. We'll talk about that. So it just felt kind of forced that, oh yeah, Obadiah Stane. And I know he's a comic book character. Zeke Stane is a comic book character. He exists. It's not made up for this show. But it just feels forced. It feels like, ooh, we got to connect this to Iron Man somehow. So we're gonna we just so happen to have Ezekiel Stane in this show. Just happenstance, just happened that way. Fucking, fucking, what are the fucking chances, Oh, I have way more thoughts than this. I just realized I have way more thoughts. I said, he's here explicitly to set him up as a future villain or hero or something, so we can have more Iron people around, just like there are like 7 Spider people at the same time in the same universe in the comics. So instead of getting Spider people, we're going to get Iron people in the MCU. Great. But hearing Zeke talk about his struggles to not be like his father and how he doesn't want to follow the same path as the Ironmonger, right? I was thinking, honestly, I'm kind of getting John Walker vibes. I feel like I really feel like he should have been the focus of this show. He should have, that's a genuinely interesting struggle for a character to have, is that your father was the MCU's first villain, and you're trying not to be like him. I feel like that's a very interesting dilemma, right? Riri promises Joe that the cloaking technology will not blow back on him. As you can tell by the way that this show is written, it 100% blows back on him. But we'll get to that in the next episode. So we find out that, like, I forgot to mention there was this scene where John is like, yo, Parker, we should probably call off this heist because I can't get any information. I can't get any blackmail information on our target. Like, our Mark has a squeaky clean record. There's no blackmail information. There's nothing, right? And then Parker, initially, he's like, no, we're gonna stop. We're not gonna do it, right? And then Satan tells him, no, you are going to do it. And he's like, yeah, we are going to do it. So there's this heist that they're doing. And it's this. Let me set up the heist for you real quick so you can understand. All right. So the heist takes place in this greenhouse, facility off the coast. Or not the coast, but it's in water, okay? And in the greenhouses, there is this detector that detects foreign objects that are inorganic, and it's like, hey, if you bring an inorganic object into this chamber, it'll set off everything and it'll suffocate the fuck out of you, right? Take out all the oxygen in the room. So they have to, what is the fucking word? Not insertion. I cannot remember the word. I can't remember the word. Basically, they got to get inside of this facility, and get this guy to sign this contract so that they can, get the money and shit, right? Get the bag. But Riri has other plans, really, really retarded plans, where instead of, say, during a conversation, in the hideout, where it's low stakes and fucking, Parker's just talking, right? Or, she could just ask Parker, hey, can I take a look at your hood? I'm very interested. I think I could improve, I could improve the suit by looking at your cloak because it's got some very interesting power readings. I could probably make my suit even better if I took a look at your cloak, right? You know, give him a reason to have Riri look at the cloak. Instead, she's like, I'm gonna take a slice of this coat, a slice of this hood, in the middle of this super delicate heist where one wrong move will get all of us fucking killed. So not only can she not wait to fucking like usurp Parker in a smarter way, she has to do it during this really fucking stupid fucking heist. Like, why the fuck would you do that? And as we're going to see in a very consistent theme, Riri fucks it up. So what happens is that they go to the heist. Riri has Natalie take over for the suit, right? While Riri swims under and gets into the thing so she can try and, you know, use a laser thing, which the laser thing is made out of metal and it's got the cloaking thing over it. So it's like a piece of like synthetic skin over this laser thing. And the skin is supposed to keep the detector from finding the laser under here because it's made out of metal, which just opens up a bag of questions because it's just like, so what is considered okay for the inorganic material? Is the clothes are okay, like your zipper on your fly or your jacket is fine even though it's the same material? I don't fucking know, whatever, dude. But like Riri enters the chamber where Parker and their Mark are having a conversation to try and, you know, Parker's trying to strong arm this guy into giving him shares of the company. Riri enters the fucking chamber and there is a literal foreign, like the phrase is foreign object detector, and it's this big fuck off screen that Riri can see no matter where she is in the room. This is like video game levels of fucking like writing here, dude. Like this shit is like something out of a fucking video game. All right, fucking ridiculous. There's also a shot, super duper sloppy, right? This is sloppy production. There's a shot of Slug in the greenhouse and he's wearing one of these. It's a metal ring. And they forgot that metal can't be in here. Yeah, sloppy. Very fucking sloppy. So Riri, like, successfully slices off a piece of the hood, but the foreign object detector goes off and it shuts everything down. So Riri's stupidity causes the entire heist to go tits up. Riri fucking, like, takes the hood, like, Parker kills their Mark, so they don't even get any money out of this stupid heist. And then attacks all the guards and kills them. Riri leaves through a vent, but then goes through this area and then bumps into John. John, like, is like, hey, your suit is out there. What are you doing in here? Then, because Riri is fucking stupid, she's holding the piece of the hood like this in her hand. She's got pockets that she just doesn't put it in. She's got woman pockets right here. She could just go whoop, like right into her cleavage or some shit, right? But fucking she's just holding it so that John can see, you have a piece of the hood. You're not where you're supposed to be. I'm gonna fucking kill you, right? So they have a fight, barely a fight, because John is whooping the shit out of Riri, right? And Riri just gets a few cheap shots in that allows her to win because John is a fucking moron too. Conveniently, you know, the door closes and it starts suffocating them, but what's her fucking name? Natalie flies the suit in there, saves Riri, then abandons John in this room to suffocate and die. Conveniently, he dies so that, you know, they won't automatically know that Riri is the reason why John dies. Kind of, not really the reason. Like, Natalie was controlling the suit, so it's not really her fault that John... It's not really Riri's fault that John died. It's just like, hey, your AI picked you up and took you the fuck out of there. That's just what happened. So yeah, because Riri is stupid, literally every bad thing that is about to happen is Riri's fault. I forgot to mention, Riri drops the little laser thing that was from Joe, the synthetic skin, drops it in that room because she was fighting John. So now Joe or Zeke is now implicated in this. The blowback that we were talking about wasn't supposed to happen. It happens because Riri dropped it in this crime scene. Good fucking job. But that's a plot hole in and of itself. We'll get to that in the next episode. But that's episode 3. Just as bad as the fucking first episode, dude. Holy shit. Episode 4. I think, actually, episode 4 might be the worst episode so far. It's worse than episode 1 and 3, dude. Episode 4 is really fucking bad. Like, I have a lot of notes, so buckle up, buddy. We about to go through some shit. All right. So, episode 4, the first thing I thought of was, like, I fought this for a second, but I was gonna let it slide at first, but then I thought about it. It's like, no. What they describe in the show is not what actually happened. So, in the recap, Natalie points out, hey, you're trying to fight a demon man with magic, and he can curve bullets in midair, right? The thing is that, like, Riri would not have been able to perceive that the bullet curved around her, right? She would have just saw the guy drop and then turn around and see Parker behind her, right? And Natalie in that scene, if you remember, Natalie froze. She was glitching and she froze, so she probably wasn't analyzing what the fuck was going on around Riri because she couldn't even close the face mask, right? So, no, like, you didn't know that he could curve bullets. There's no way you could have. So, yeah, I wanted to let that slide, but I just couldn't the more I thought about it. We get the obligatory backstory, or the obligatory flashback scene of the villain and his backstory with the secondary villain. So we get Parker and John, they're trying to rob or steal something from this big-ass mansion, right? And literally the first shot of the episode is Parker racking the slide of this super-duper fake gun. Like, it's super-duper fake. I don't even think it's airsoft, because there's, like, this, like, plastic, like, seam on the top of the slide that just looks super-duper fake. It's really bad. This is when I started noticing a pattern, a very unfortunate pattern in the MCU. Is that, why is it that in the MCU, the majority of minority-led stories revolve around crime? Because you got Killmonger. His father was, committing crimes and participating in gang violence. We find out in the behind the scenes he was trying to break his wife, the mother of Killmonger, out of prison. Killmonger himself is a criminal. They're the villains, of course, so that's understandable that villains would be partaking in villainous deeds, right? And shit. But then Black Panther 2 comes out, and Riri herself is a criminal. She's using her tech and fucking, like, trying to extort people out of it. Plagiarism and all that. I mean, is plagiarism actually a crime? I don't think it is, but, I mean, it's not inherently illegal, but, I mean, like, even regardless of fucking, Riri Williams in that movie, the Wakandans are constantly breaking international laws and committing crimes. So, what is up with this? And then now we get Ironheart, where not only do we have a black woman committing crimes constantly stealing shit, by the way. Like, constantly stealing shit, constantly, like, essentially grifting people, right? But then you have these two Hispanic brothers, these two Latino brothers, and they're robbing people too. The whole group of criminals in this show are minorities. And they commit all these different crimes. What is it about Disney and making minority stories about crime? What's going on here? I don't like it. So in the flashback scene, they get caught. Parker is at gunpoint with this guard, and they're both drawn and they're aiming at each other. But then John shows up, shoots the fucking guard, and then kicks him in the fucking face. And it was just like, oh, so John was always a bloodthirsty killer. Nothing of value was lost in his death. So okay, cool. But one of the things that I really did not like about this scene was that the music tells you what's about to happen. So Parker is working on the safe, and in the background you can hear this music winding up, and when it hits the apex, exactly what you think is about to happen happens, where as soon as it hits the apex, Parker gets caught. And it's like, dude, the music literally told me that was about to happen. That's piss poor. I forgot to mention, at the end of episode 3, Parker gets a vision of John suffocating and then sees Riri's armor standing over his suffocating cousin, right? So basically the Hood tells him that Riri had something to do with John's death. So, yeah, there's that. So Parker knows that Riri was involved, right? As the saying goes, one often meets their destiny on the path to avoiding it. So this is a great case of that. So we have a ofrenda, I guess. I don't know if they partake in that, but that's basically what it is. It's a little funeral thing for John, where they have his photo and they have offerings and stuff for him. And it says a lot that nobody in the crew actually wants to say any parting words for John. They don't have anything in terms of like a eulogy or a speech or anything for their dead comrade. But that says more about him than it does them, doesn't it? One plot hole that I noticed is that Parker has basically put the pieces together and figured out that Riri killed John. But at the same time, the Hood is not capable, or whatever demon is behind this Hood, is not capable of telling Parker that Riri also took a part of the Hood. Because Parker moves with no fucking urgency once he finds out that Riri was involved in John's death. But I think if the Hood also told him that a part of itself was taken from him, I think there would be a lot more urgency after that. But Parker basically says, don't worry about it. It's all good. Just go home, Riri. Riri goes home and she's trying to figure out what's going on with this Hood. And then there's these there's two really corny moments that try to show us that John's death is weighing heavily on Riri's conscience. But they do it in super clunky ways, where the first time Riri hallucinates Ronnie telling her to come clean, and then Ronnie's like, no, do you have anything that I need to clean, is what she said. And it's that felt really forced, but okay.
I came to see if you need to come clean.
Come clean. Come clean about what?
I said if you need anything clean, I'm on my way to the laundromat.
But it's not as bad as the second one, which is that Ronnie tells Riri, you have a dead coworker. And then Riri's like, you know about that? And then Ronnie says, yeah, the police were here, you forgot? So she's referring to Stuart, but Riri was thought she was talking about John. And it's no, that is not what the story was in episode 3. That wasn't what the story was. The story was that Stuart was a guy that Riri met at the interview. She makes it seem as though Stuart and her were at the interview together and they were interviewing for the same position, right? But they weren't coworkers. That wasn't the fucking story, all right?
I met Stuart on a job interview. We exchanged numbers. I tried reaching out once, but he never answered.
And we haven't even talked about your dead coworker.
You know about that?
That was just absurd. But so Ronnie leaves, and then Natalie is like, you need to start asking somebody for help, right? She's like, maybe you could call Shuri. And of course, they don't really have the money to have another fucking star in this show. So Riri comes up with an explanation for why she can't call Shuri. And basically she's like, I've been a gigantic fucking degenerate criminal loser ever since I helped you stop a war that for some reason she attributes to herself starting, which she didn't start that war. Nakia started that war when she killed the guards that were guarding Riri and herself.
I'm here by the vibranium detector that you built for the CIA.
So Riri didn't start that war. Nakia did. So I don't know why the series, the MCU can't remember what happened in its own continuity, but what the fuck ever, man. Dude, the bar is subterranean, dude. It is in hell right now in terms of consistency and what to expect from the MCU at this point. But then Natalie is like, hey, you don't need to worry about fucking John because it was self-defense. And it's like it wasn't even really self-defense. Natalie swooped in, saved her, and then fucking left. Right? They were both suffocating. They weren't even fighting at that point anymore. It wasn't self-defense at that point. It was just, oops, that just happened. Sorry. Just an accident. So, yeah, not even really what happened. The show can't remember what the fuck happened in its own fucking continuity, let alone the rest of the MCU. So, don't know what to fucking do with this shit anymore, bro. Anyway, let's keep moving. So, Riri turns on the news. Or no, she tries to call Joe. I think she tries to call Joe, and Joe doesn't answer. Riri physically goes to Joe's place, and Joe's house is like wrapped up in police tape. And then she asks about Joe to the neighbor that kept pooping. The dog poop. The neighbor pooped in his yard, but the dog kept pooping in Joe's yard. Ask that neighbor, and she's like, "Yeah, no, dude got fucking arrested, and we found out he was the son of Obadiah Stane, which is crazy, right?" And yeah, so Riri got Zeke arrested. It's all her fucking fault, dude, because she's fucking stupid. But the way that he gets arrested, the more I thought about it, the more I realized it's kind of fucking, that's stupid too. Because you're telling me that this guy is smart enough to, you know, have a barn, an off-site compound full of all his black market tech, and he's capable of helping Riri with this stuff, but he didn't find a way to erase the paper trail. Like, there's, again, with Cyberpunk, there are literally several instances in Cyberpunk where in order to get tech to get rid of the paper trail of tech in the Cyberpunk universe, there are several instances of like tech just kind of falling off a truck and then being accounted for as like MIA, you know, it just got lost, right? Or like in the Phantom Liberty DLC, there's a side gig where scavs attack a Zeta Tech convoy, and the tech is just MIA because they got like the guy that contracted the scavs, he hired criminals to attack the convoy, so all that tech is just MIA. And then he was going to get a cut of the plunder, right? So there's stuff that you could do you could write this stuff so that it doesn't involve the characters coming across as really fucking stupid. Because there had to have been some fucking way for him to erase the paper trail. There had to have been some kind of way. But because we needed Zeke to get arrested, there is no paper trail. So Riri visits Zeke. I gotta start calling him Zeke now, and it's gonna fuck with my head. Riri visits Zeke in jail, and fucking the first thing Riri does is make a fucking joke about what Zeke is wearing.
Hey. Looks like they got your favorite color.
Because in episode 2, she joked about, oh, fucking khaki is kind of gay, right? And then she's like, oh, you're wearing khaki. It's your favorite color because his prison jumpsuit is khaki. And I was like, Riri, use your brain. Use your noggin. You got this man arrested. Now, read the fucking room. Now is not the time to be making fucking jokes. You tone-deaf gremlin. Holy shit. So, of course, Zeke is staring daggers at Riri the entire time. And then I'm just going to play the clip because he read Riri like a book.
I should have known never to trust you. You're just a selfish kid who can't take any responsibility for herself. You lie, you cheat, you manipulate. You'll do anything you can to save yourself, even if that means hurting other people in the process.
And it was so cathartic hearing someone basically call Riri a piece of shit. So yeah, that read was basically who Riri has been the entire, in her 2 appearances in the MCU, that's who she is as a character. And it's a shame that, spoiler alert, the guy that's about to turn into a villain, he read the hero correctly, and the hero doesn't fucking give a shit, really. Riri goes home. There's a scene where Riri goes to the hideout where Parker and the other criminals are, and Riri finds out they're trying to hire a new tech specialist, which, if you know what happened to the last tech specialist, you can understand what that means for Riri. And Parker just goes like, hey, Go home, enjoy the day. Yeah, that's basically him saying, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Riri goes home and she installs a bunch of security cameras, and it's like, dude, what the fuck is the point of installing these security cameras when you're talking about a demon Latino that can cloak himself? He can turn invisible. What the fuck do you think a camera is gonna fucking do? So Riri takes this protection security watch and gives it to her mom and says, just don't take it off. Just take it. Don't ask questions. Don't take it off, right? Goes back outside to work on the cameras, and she's just too stressed. So she goes to hang out with Xavier, and then she's like, put the watch on, bitch. You know, she doesn't say bitch, but yeah, she demands that he puts the watch on, and he's like, why? And she's like, I'm not going to tell you. And it's like, you don't get to tell somebody to do something and not explain why they need to do it and demand that they fucking do it. It's like, no, go fuck yourself, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, Riri's such a fucking horrible person, dude. And then, which is ironic, because in this scene, she asks Xavier, am I a good person? And then the worst part is that Xavier's fucking answer to this is so crazy, because he's going to say a bunch of shit, and then at the end of the day, he still doesn't fucking say she's a good person. What happens is that Xavier says, what is good and bad? What is that?
Good, bad, the words don't really mean anything. It's all depending on who's labeling you.
It's relative. It's not fucking relative, because if you told somebody that there was a dude out here touching kids and assaulting and sexually abusing kids, you would say that's bad. So no, fucking morality is not subjective. Stop. Look me in the eyes right now when I'm talking to you. Hollywood, stop fucking writing that shit, because it's not fucking true. Anyway, fucking Xavier's answer is worse than just saying yes, you're a good person, because he's just like, oh, good and bad is just relative. It's nobody knows what that actually is, but you're smart, you're determined, you're brave, and you're the best. You're the black queen that every man needs, and blah 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 blah. Like fucking simp behavior, dude. It was disgusting. But at the end of it, he doesn't even say she's a good person. He's just like, you're all those things, so what does it even matter if you're good?
So with all that you are is good, really a label you need?
You tried to make this like super heartwarming scene, and you just ended up making something more fucked up than just saying yes. You know? Anyway, fucking, and then by the end of the episode, this scene is gonna age like sour milk, so
keep your watch.
We'll get to that. So Riri goes back to her room, and she's working to, like, you know, she's paranoid, trying to build up her defenses so that the demon Latino man doesn't show up and try to snap her neck. But strangely, Riri, a woman who is very paranoid about this man, leaves her blinds open. Look, I'm not even remotely as close to as paranoid as Riri is. Like, I'm not anywhere near as paranoid as Riri is in this episode, but I always leave my blinds closed when I'm not home. And sometimes I leave them closed when I am home. Why? Because I don't want people to confirm that I am or am not home. I don't want them to know if I am home. But Riri, the thing is that when you leave your blinds open, people can look inside and tell you're home or you're not home, depending on what they want to do to you. So it was just strange. It's like, you are scared of this demon Latino man, and you just fucking have your blinds open. And then the worst part is, Natalie convinces her to get a few winks of sleep, and then fucking Riri goes to sleep with the fucking blinds open. As if we didn't establish that this demon Latino man can shoot bullets that curve through the air. So he could just fucking snipe you from a higher up window. What the fuck is happening in this show? Okay. Riri falls asleep watching the security cameras, you know, Five Nights at Freddy style. But she falls asleep. She wears the suit and falls asleep in the bed, which kind of solves the problem. of her getting sniped by a demon Latino man. But while she's sleeping, she hears gunshots and then hears her mother screaming. So she rushes in the fucking iron suit, by the way, rushes into her mom's room, busting down the door like the Kool-Aid man, like Ronnie says later in this episode. And we see that Riri's watch is activated and there's a big ass shield around Ronnie. Ronnie was like, I was just watching a TV show and the fucking shield just popped up. And, you know, Riri's like, oh, the gunshots from the TV show must have activated the watch, right? Which is interesting because if it's activated... Wow, I just came up with another fucking issue. Is that if the watch is only activated by gunshots, maybe this is not true. Maybe we get a scene that shows that it's activated by some other thing in a later episode. But if the watch is activated by gunshot sounds, what if, because the demon Latino man known as Parker, what if he wants to keep quiet? So instead of using gunshots, instead of using a gun, he just kind of just sneaks in, takes a knife, and just goes in the middle of the night while she's asleep. What then? This is one of those shows where it's so fucking bad you just start piling on plot holes and inconsistencies and just really stupid decisions that you didn't see before, but they just show up while you're thinking about it. That's how bad this shit is. What is this shit in my hair? Oh, this show's making me fucking age, dude. Like, shit. So Riri and Ronnie talk, and Riri's like, I could use some of that magic you and your crazy Cree Summers friend be talking about. So they're like, so Ronnie unironically says, I got the plug, which is just like, put a gun in my mouth, please. But they go to see Cree Summers in her shop, and they see Cree Summers' daughter named, wow, this is a really cringy name, but her daughter's name is Zelma. Like Velma with a Z, which is just like, that's a fucking, it's a cringy name. But anyway, so Riri is in there, and then the first thing that's kind of off is that Zelma's like, oh yeah, you're here because of that thing in your pocket. And then Riri's like, He's like, yeah, let me see it. But she's like, oh no, not here. And then she fucking flips them into the upside down world or some shit using her magic. And like fucking like, you know, Cree Summers is also in on it, where she's like, I told you not to do this shit, blah blah blah. You know, they make it a big, they you know, they do the thing where it's like, you know, mother and daughter are bickering, you know, like it's a normal thing, but it's actually like a really strange and not normal thing, you know, that kind of thing. So we find out that Cree Summers and her daughter literally perform black girl magic, and like they're not just into crystals and sage and shit. They are actual sorceresses. Yeah, which is funny thinking about that line from the Marvels. So
Black girl magic.
Yeah, there's this really like crazy and really fucking like awful section of dialogue where the characters Zelma and, I don't know what Cree Summers' character's name is, so I'm just gonna keep calling her Cree Summers, while they're working on figuring out where this chunk of the demon hood came from, they basically explain their backstory to each other as if Zelma and Cree Summers haven't been together since Zelma was born.
I had a little witchling to raise.
And I still think you guys could have raised me there.
Besides, bringing you back to Chicago forced you to make a whole new magic of your own.
Like, they're just explaining their backstory to each other. Like, what the fuck is this? We're doing this again. Okay, so they make this slime mixture, and then Cree Summers throws it at a fucking wall. Zelma doesn't recognize what the symbol is, but Cree Summers is like, oh, that's not fucking good. So she's like, get this bad juju out of my fucking shop. Like she equates it to like technology, where she's like, you understand that with technology there are there is no bad technology, just good people and bad people who use it. That's not how magic is. There is bad magic, which is the name of the episode, Bad Magic. And she's like, wherever you got this piece of the hood from, it comes from a really dark and dangerous place. You got to get the fuck out, is basically what she said. And then she kicks them out, right? And then fucking like Ronnie as Riri is talking about ways that she could possibly destroy the hood, which will be a plot hole later. We'll talk about it later. Ronnie has this expression that basically says, yeah, she's realizing that she failed as a mother, where Riri has somehow Riri has gotten involved in Satan magic and shit. Like fucking, and there's a demon fucking possessing somebody or some shit. Like or actually no, they explained that the cloak isn't possessing Parker, it's influencing his behavior. So, yeah, there's that. An argument is started because Ronnie's like, why didn't you ask me for help sooner, right? Oh. And then Riri, because she's an avoidant type, she just doesn't ever want to talk about problems. But she does her mom so fucking dirty in this scene, and I genuinely thought that this was the turning point where Riri is just irredeemable to me. She's just a fucking awful person. So, I have notes here. The argument scene, as I said, the argument scene completely destroys Riri's character and makes her an irredeemable asshole. Riri, in this conversation, like, Ronnie is like, why do you keep lying to me? And then Riri says, if you don't want me to lie to you, then don't ask me these questions. So she just admitted that she basically lies all the time to her mother and that nothing she says can ever be trusted.
If you don't want me to lie to you, then don't ask me these questions.
And then fucking Riri acts like Ronnie is being fucking crazy for asking the question, why don't you trust me? And it's like, you literally just told your mother that she, like, you don't trust her with the truth.
Don't you trust me?
What are you talking about?
You could always go to Gary for help. Never me. And it's been 5 years since he died.
This is why I don't tell you shit. Because you push me to deal with things the way that you want me to. And then if I don't, you make me talk about my dead stepdad.
So that's like asking... I don't even know how to fucking formulate what the fuck just happened there. It's almost like gaslighting. It's almost like gaslighting, where Riri tells you, I can't tell you the truth, so I have to lie to you. Why don't you trust me? Why do you, like, she goes, why do you think I don't trust you? Because you just told her that you have to lie to her, because you can't tell her the truth. What the fuck is this, dude? And then fucking Riri's like, oh, you just don't like it because I don't deal with things the way you deal with it. Clearly, yeah, the way you deal with things is fucking retarded. So you should just stop doing things the way that you do them, because you've messed everything up. Everything that you've done. So ever since her introduction, Riri has fucked up everything. Everything. So, yeah, the way that Riri does things is clearly heavily flawed. And then fucking, she's like, oh, you just can't handle the person I am. Yeah, your mom can't handle the person that you are because the person you are sucks donkey dick. You're a horrible fucking person.
I am not you. And you actually can't take that.
And then to top it all off, after we just spent the first third of the episode establishing that Riri is so paranoid about the demon Latino man killing her family and friends that she gave her mom a bubble shield watch, right? We spent a third of the episode establishing that she's paranoid about this, but then she calls her suit to come get her, and then she steps in the suit and then flies the fuck away, leaving her mother to fend for herself in the middle of the street when there's a demon man coming after her. You have no idea how much I wanted to just throw something right there. Because that was just the dumbest fucking, like, minute and a half I've seen in a very long time. Like, what the fuck is this show? What the fuck is this character? Where I've never seen a character make absolutely zero fucking strides towards being a better person. Like, in the two fucking things I've seen her in, she has made zero progress towards being a better person. And this is supposed to be the person that they want to make the next Iron person. You know, not Iron Man, but the next Iron person. They want to make this character the next Iron person. we're gonna sum up Riri Williams at the end of this fucking review, but just understand how fucking frustrated I am with this character because of how poorly written and just absolutely just fucked up she is. She's such a fucked up character. It frustrates me. Like, let me get personal for a second. It frustrates me greatly because I grew up in a very similar situation. Not with my dad being dead or anything like that, but I grew up in a very similar situation of it just being me and my mom. And I could not fathom treating my own mother the same way Riri treats her own mother, being completely unappreciative and fucking like gaslighting her and treating her like shit. It genuinely fucking frustrates me. Like, how you could treat your own mother like that, dude. Where your mother's just trying to help and you keep shutting her the fuck out. Like, oh my god. Like, throw this kid. I hope to God this character does not ever show up again like Echo. Echo and Riri. They deserve to be in the same pit of hell and never be seen again. Shit. Moving on a lighter note, fucking Parker, or rather Zeke is in jail, and Parker somehow manages to slip into the jail and talk to Zeke because he cloaked himself and got in and fucking talked to Zeke, and he's like, hey, you want to work for me? Like, me and you, we both hate Riri, right? Oh yeah, there was the scene, the reason why he found out about Zeke was because he just so happened to be taking an ice bath, and then when he came out of the ice bath, the news broadcast was playing, showing that Zeke was arrested, and he put two and two together, was like, oh, Riri got that tech that was implicated in the crime scene from Zeke, so that means Riri got that tech from Zeke, right? I forgot to mention also in the scene where Parker basically tells her without saying that he's gonna kill her, he also said, if you needed some tech, you know, I didn't know you were outsourcing, you could have just came to me for help, right? So that was him saying that he knows Riri got some help from somebody to build the suit. So he knows somebody is implicated in this. Then he finds out it's Zeke that was implicated. So now he's in Zeke's jail cell. And we actually get a joke that actually made me laugh, and, you know, which is saying something because it's episode 4. We're almost at the end of episode 4, and this is the one joke that made me laugh.
It's a pleasure to meet you. How'd you get in here? You like a lawyer or something?
And it wasn't even like a gut buster. It was just like a that was actually kind of funny. That kind of laugh, which is sad, very sad. But then fucking Riri, after this man just told Riri that she ruined his fucking life, Riri takes her suit out to Zeke's silo offsite bunker that has all of his tech in it. She breaks in, she takes the spare key under the mat and enters, you know, without Zeke's consent, and then just starts taking his shit and trying to figure out how to destroy Parker's hood. And it's like, can you stop stealing shit
for 5 minutes?
For 5 minutes, can you stop stealing shit from other people? Can you stop being a fucking statistic for 5 minutes? Holy shit, dude. Like, fucking motherfuckers be like, oh, fucking black fatigue is racist. I got black fatigue from this fucking show. I have black fatigue. Holy shit. Fucking can't go 5 minutes without breaking the fucking law, fucking committing crime, stealing from people, just being a piece of shit. Why can't we have good black characters anymore? Like, fucking, we gotta get Miles Morales, who is just a fucking blank canvas of whatever the fuck Marvel wants to make him, right? We got fucking, I don't know if fucking Valkyrie counts as black, but we got Valkyrie, which is just like whatever. We got Monica Rambeau, who is not a fucking character. She's just a fucking, the avatar of the concept of the fact that Captain Marvel was gone for a very long fucking time. And, whatever. We got T'Challa, and he's fucking dead. We got Shuri, and she's a fucking idiot. We got Nakia, who starts a fucking war. We got Okoye, who is Okoye. She's okay, you know. We got Black Falcon. We got Captain Falcon, right? fucking Black Falcon. What the fuck? we got Captain Falcon, who is just getting sloppy seconds, right? I guess we got Luke Cage. I guess. Who knows how they're gonna ruin him? And then we got Ironheart. We got Riri Williams, who is the worst piece of shit in the MCU. This is what we have for black superheroes. The pickings is my fella. Pretty bad out here. Pretty bad out here. So Riri tries to find several different ways to destroy the hood, right? With the piece of the hood that she stole from Parker. She tries to like blow it up, use acid, like fucking all these different things, freeze it and then try to crush it. Nothing works, right? But the thing is that they told her in the shop that it was magic. They told her in the shop it was magic, that it's not of this world. So you trying to destroy it the same way you would destroy something of this world doesn't make any fucking sense. They told you this thing is fucking magic. So it's not going to be just like, poof, fucking blow it up and it's gone. Like, this was when I realized, okay, so wait, it's indestructible. So how did Riri slice it off if it's indestructible? Couldn't you feasibly just get that laser and just make it bigger and then just slice the hood with that big ass laser? I don't know. It's confused. Okay, so Riri realizes that maybe there just isn't a way to destroy this hood. Maybe this is just it. Like, fucking, they're fucked. And then they try to, like, Natalie and Riri try to fly back to Chicago, but Riri starts to have a panic attack, and she's like, get me out of the suit. Natalie lowers the suit, ejects Riri, and then she flies away to go get Xavier, and then pilots Xavier over to the fucking junkyard that she dropped Riri off at, and then they have a conversation, which... It's another really stupid conversation, because all it took was, like, 1 or 2 sentences for Riri to calm down Xavier. But... Natalie reveals herself to Xavier, and mind you, reminder, Natalie is Xavier's dead sister. So Xavier sees Natalie the AI and he gets freaked out. He's like, it's disgusting. It's horrifying.
That is horrifying. You had no right to use Natalie as one of your little tech toys, Ree.
Like, why would you think I would like this? And first of all, she didn't make it because she thought you would like it, just so we're clear. It was an accident. And the thing is that she doesn't tell him it was an accident. The thing scanned her brain, and the AI was made in Natalie's appearance, and it was an accident. And, like, I wrote a sentence here that Riri could have easily said, and I think it probably would have diffused the situation, where I just said that Riri could have said, I was creating an AI that scanned my brainwaves, and this AI just so happens to look like Natalie. And then say a sentence like, oh, I'm working on the appearance and the persona of this avatar. This is not the final version. I just am working on this thing. All right. This is not going to stay like this. Right. So she could have easily diffused the situation by saying that. Right. But she doesn't. So for the sake of the drama, Riri also flips on her stance on what Natalie is. Because before now, she was saying Natalie is an AI. She's not alive, right? But then in this scene, randomly, for no fucking reason, she's like, she's alive. And it's like, no, the fuck she isn't. You just said that several... In the last episode, you said she wasn't alive.
We didn't use to anything. Your code.
And like she's still alive.
Look at her. She is alive.
So where the fuck is this flip coming from? Is it because we need to have this dichotomy of Xavier being like, you need to delete it, and then Riri being like, oh, she's alive, we can't delete her. But even though that hasn't been her stance the entire fucking show. So that's what it sounds like. And then the worst part is that in the entire time, Riri wants to play the fucking victim for everything, when all of this is her fucking fault. Like I said here, this is the largest self-inflicted wound in the MCU. No other character has shot themselves in the foot, has stepped on the rake, has jumped off of a cliff out of their own volition more than Riri Williams has. But she wants to act like she's the victim. She's like, I'm tired. I'm tired. When this is entirely your fucking fault. But then Riri like starts to go aggro for no fucking reason. Because I don't fucking, like, you know, a guy seeing an AI construct of his dead sister would be disgusted, and it's somehow his fucking fault. And she starts a fucking argument, which I mentioned this on Twitter, that there is this like fucking like way that women write that just easily fucking tells you that a woman wrote this shit.
That is not my sister. She's not sort of alive.
Wow. Okay, so what would you do? If you were me, what would you do?
Whenever a female creative is involved, not just the writer, you can kind of just feel it. It feels like a woman was involved in the creative process of this. Where like the way that this scene is directed to make Riri the victim, it feels, I don't even know where I'm going with this, dude, but you can just feel that like a woman wrote this shit, a woman directed this, a woman was involved in the way that this was formed. And I'm not saying that like it's bad. I'm not saying that it's bad that it feels like it was written by a woman. It just, you can just feel that it was written by a woman. I'm not saying it's bad that it was written by a woman. I'm not saying that it's bad that it feels like it was written by a woman. But it just feels like it was written by a woman. Just the way that this is fucking like written and directed, it just feels that way. I don't know where I'm going like that. I'm about to get canceled on Twitter for even saying that shit. But anyway, Xavier fucking like gets a bitch fit over this because he thinks, oh, you fucking clearly don't know me if you think I'd like this, after he completely ignores the fact that she said that it was a fucking accident. It just happened that way. It just happened that way. She does actually say that it was an accident. She didn't mean for Natalie to look like this, right? So, like, Xavier gets mad at her, and he's like, you need to delete this thing. And then Riri looks at Natalie and doesn't say anything. But for some reason, Natalie gets upset, takes the suit, takes Riri's suit, and flies away. And it's like, that's not your suit, but whatever. And I was just like, what is happening in this scene? Xavier takes the watch off that Riri gave him and throws it at her fucking feet. Says, keep your stupid watch, and then just walks away. And I was just genuinely, like, completely confused about what the fuck was happening in the scene. And then that's episode 4. And then because, we don't know how to keep a tone consistent, the end credit scene is a song by Anthony Ramos called Villano. And it's him rapping in Spanish.
Porque yo soy el villano.
I don't have any words. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, dude. This show is so fucking bad. I don't have anything to say right now. I'm genuinely at a loss for words. I got nothing. I don't know how to describe how fucking frustrating and genuinely shockingly bad this show is. I don't know how to describe it. I got nothing. So, yeah, that's episode 3 and 4. That's all right. On to part 3, where we're gonna see. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Last thing for episode 4 is that they break Zeke out of prison. Parker straight up tells the rest of the gang that Riri killed John. Zeke is going to inject himself with biomechanical shit, and he's gonna get like a biomechanical iron suit or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Excuse me. And that's the actual end, where we get Anthony Ramos's Villano for tonal whiplash. Even though this is the darkest episode so far, but we get Spanish rapping. It sounds goofy. So, yeah, I'm done. I'm done for today. Episode 5 and 6, the end of the series. Because we know this shit ain't getting a season 2. But the end of the series is next. So I will be watching that this week. What in the fuck was that? Episode 5. We got to start with episode 5 before we can get to episode 6. Okay, so I got a cup of coffee here. Had a good workout in the gym with my chest. Why does it taste like I didn't put Splenda in it? Oh no, I am now realizing that I did put Splenda in it. I just didn't stir it. So now it's got like double the Splenda. Great, I'm gonna get cancer, aren't I? No, I'm joking. God, please, God. I'm joking, I'm joking. Okay, so got my coffee. We can now, maybe can I turn this down? My face is looking a little radioactive. Wrong way. Looking a little radioactive, looking a little bright there. There we go. Okay, so episode 5. Episode 5 starts where episode 4 left off, where Riri is in the junkyard. She doesn't have her suit. Natalie took the suit, and she's just at like some museum or something, watching over Riri's memories or something. And then Natalie just lets the suit get fucking snatched up with a giant magnet that hits her in the chest and just sucks her away into the back of a box truck.
Get me out!
You didn't have like a proximity alert before the magnet fired. You didn't have a proximity alert. It says, "Hey, there is a okay." So I'm compromising my OPSEC for a second so I can make a point. See where that bookshelf is right there, with the Decepticons on it. You can't see it on camera, but there is a camera, a motion activated camera, hiding right there. So anyone that enters my apartment through the front door is gonna get spotted via that camera. So the fact that your suit doesn't have a motion sensor like camera on it that warns you that something is approaching you before a giant fuck off magnet gets fired at you is absurd. Black genius my ass. More like black god fucking I was trying to come up with something creative besides moron, but I guess black moron will have to do. Oh yeah. Nothing hits better than a post-workout coffee. Oh my goodness. So, episode 5, after the suit gets snatched, Riri meets up with Zelma, who, I didn't mention it last time, but Zelma's a cutie, man. She's a cutie patootie. Alright, she's cute. But she meets up with Zelma in the White Castle. Yeah, there's a whole section of this episode that takes place in a White Castle. Like a good 1/3 of this episode takes place in and around a White Castle. I'm not joking. So Zelma meets up with Riri at this White Castle where Riri is I'm talking throwing down like a grown man with these sliders, right?
You've officially bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. No, I can chew a lot. I'm aware.
And Zelma is telling her about the dark nature of the hood and that this hood could have came from Dormammu. If you remember, Dormammu is the giant cloud demon from Doctor Strange, where Doctor Strange was like, "I've come to bargain," and he caught him in a time loop and all that stuff. Yeah, remember when the MCU did kind of clever shit like that? Anyway, so Riri is not taking anything Zelma says seriously, even though we had an entire section of the previous episode that really like harped on the fact that this hood is not bound by earthly like laws of physics. It is magical. So, but for some reason, Riri doesn't take this seriously after she spent all that time trying to destroy this hood. But for some reason, she doesn't take it seriously. Like what did I put here? What is Riri's obsession with not taking any of this magic shit seriously? She spent a fourth of the previous episode trying to destroy part of the hood, and nothing worked because we've already established that it's magic. So why is she still not taking it seriously? See, and then this is where I started to really feel the dissonance, the dissonance between not tone, but what's the term? Like, I don't know how to describe it. There's a certain dissonance between what this show wants to introduce and what this show started as. And the way I basically said it is that Ironheart does not feel like the show to introduce the deeper parts of the magical Marvel lore, especially since Riri is a tech-heavy character whose sole other appearance was in Wakanda Forever, another tech-heavy story. So it's kind of like when I had that moment if you saw my Shadow the Hedgehog video, it's kind of like that moment I had with Shadow the Hedgehog where I was like, I can handle animals, talking animals, freezing time, and fighting a big fat egg person. I can handle that, but for some reason my brain just cannot compute the idea of aliens falling from the sky and invading Earth. It's kind of a line in the sand that my brain doesn't want to cross. And that's kind of how Ironheart is. It's like you're trying to introduce magic into a show that wasn't about magic. So it's kind of weird. And a character that does not involve magic, and then we're kind of going to jump the shark in the next episode. Or was it this episode or next? Kind of this and next episode. We'll get to it. You know what I mean. But it just feels kind of weird to introduce magic into this show when that's just not the theme of the show. The theme is the genre of the show is more of a sci-fi show. You know, sci-fi action show with a little bit of adventure here and there, right? Suddenly now we're introducing magic and demons and like underworld gods. You know, it just doesn't fit the genre of the show. But I've harped on that point long enough. So then we get a little bit of a nod to Doctor Strange 1, where Zelma mentions Caecilius, I think that's how you pronounce his name, from Doctor Strange 1, where he made a bargain with Dormammu in exchange for eternal life and all that. You know, you saw Doctor Strange 1, hopefully, so you understand what I'm talking about. But for some reason she said Caecilius had a bunch of scars all over his body. It's like, no, Caecilius had the Cool Ranch Dorito crust on his eyes. He did not have it all over his body. I don't know what she's talking about. The crazy thing is that, like, what happens next is just I said this on Twitter, but it makes me really confused as to why anyone likes this character and thinks she's smart. But I just summed it up right here. I cannot believe Riri gets told about how Caecilius tried to bring Dormammu to Earth in exchange for eternal life, is even asked if this concept sounds familiar by Zelma, and doesn't connect the dots to how Parker may have been given a demonic artifact to release untold evil on the universe. But she's a black genius, though. Let me just play the scene so you can understand why I'm befuddled by this.
Years ago, there was this rogue sorcerer named Caecilius, and he used to stand Dormammu in his dark magic, and got these weird visions. Sounds familiar? Tried to unleash Dormammu on Earth in exchange for eternal life.
Why would Dormammu give Parker powers?
How can you sit here and be told about this guy Caecilius and be asked if you see the parallels between Caecilius and Parker and still be confused as to how this could possibly be a thing? And then another thing is that, like, what Riri goes like, what would he want, like, to deal with Dormammu to get money? And it's like, do you really think he would permanently scar his body for a few bands? I mean, clearly we see that in the next episode, yes, but like when being told about a demonic entity trying to break into our reality, she thinks it's about money. Like, she in this entire conversation, she just acts like she's never heard of the concept of the deal with the devil, which is funny, which is fucking funny because of how this. We'll get to it. I almost popped a fucking blood vessel when I read that because I forgot about how the fucking show ends and. Ugh, God. Oh my God. So Zelma tells Riri, like, look, like, I hate to break it to you, but you're going to have to flatline this guy. You're not going to be able to just take the cloak. You're not going to be able to disable the cloak. You got to flatline him. You got to kill him. And then Riri is like, I don't want to do that. I don't want it to come to that. And but I just, for this moment, I was just like, for the record, Tony Stark had no problem with killing a motherfucker if it meant saving other people. If it put other people in, if that person being alive put other people in danger, oh, he would just take that repulsor shit and just go and just blast your head off. All right, like Tony had no qualms about that. So I find that quite interesting that Riri is this character that's supposed to be like a bit more. I don't really know if she's even supposed to be more morally gray than Tony Stark. Tony Stark's already kind of morally gray, but it's weird how she's like, I'm gonna rob and steal and extort people. But like killing bad people that could put other people in danger, including my mom and my friend, can't do it. Which is just fucking strange. It's funny because, like, you gotta remember in Wakanda Forever, there was that moment where, like, you know, Riri basically killed a bunch of cops by throwing a fucking UAV at them. But besides the point, that is some good coffee, if not a little sweet. Here's a little bit of, I'm going to just talk about this so I can bring my blood pressure down. But here's a little fun fact about coffee. If your coffee comes across as a little too acidic, just sprinkle a little bit of salt on top of the grounds before you brew it. It helps keep the acidity down. So yeah, just fun fact. So in the White Castle, Riri and Zelma get interrupted when Roz and Jerry, the two, are they lesbians? And one of them's a guy, right? Jerry's a guy. I don't know. They both kind of look like lesbians, but like they come in and they pull a Pulp Fiction where they tell everyone to get the fuck out. You know, like they go like, oh, pardon the interruption, but we need you to get the fuck out, basically. And Riri tells Zelma to leave because she's got it. I don't know how she would think that when she doesn't have her suit. The suit's not responding, by the way. Mind you, Natalie got snatched at the beginning of the episode. But she thinks she could just go toe-to-toe with these two people who are trained fighters. Like, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check. If I'm not mistaken, Roz and Jerry got kicked out of street fighting because they were too violent, right? Like they were so violent and so like psychopathic that they got kicked out of street fighting. Let me double check. Banned from every league for unsportsmanlike conduct. These two are sociopaths to the point that they can't even follow the rules and not be pieces of shit in a fighting competition. So I don't understand why Riri could just step up to these two and actually deal with them in any serious capacity. Riri tries to call the suit. The suit doesn't respond because, again, it's captured. Oh, yeah. So Roz and Jerry try to capture Riri, but they just took a sip of the Tom and Jerry retard juice before they tried to capture her because Riri does some of the dumbest shit to stop them from capturing her, and it works. Like, here's a few examples of that. Like, it's not as bad as child Leia being chased by grown men and they can't catch her, but it's still pretty bad. For two trained fighters, this is unacceptable. Riri gets knocked across the floor, and then the little watch that she gave Xavier, that he gave back to her, comes out, and at that moment I was like, wait a minute. If that watch was on you the entire time, why did it not activate the moment you were in danger and it heard you screaming and shit? And we'll have an answer for that in a second. Riri, there was this really strange fucking line where I think either Roz or Jerry says that Riri's death is gonna make the news, like girl genius dies on the news or something like that. And then Riri says this strangely dark line.
That headline tomorrow's gonna be rough. Girl genius dies. My death won't make the news. Well, damn, that was dark. Yeah, but I low-key felt it. Yeah, high-key.
And then I was just like, what the fuck was that? What? Okay. All right. But Riri says, if you can, just make it quick. Meaning she wants them to pull out a gun. Which, question, if you had a gun the entire time, why didn't you open with that? If you had one of these the entire time, why didn't you open with it? I mean, it's as simple as shoot. It's that simple. But for some reason, they didn't want to use the gun. I don't know why. But they used the gun, and this actually causes the bubble shield watch on the floor to activate, and it traps them in a bubble shield and catches the bullet. So now I have questions. And I brought this up in a previous section of the video where I said, okay, so if the watch gets activated by gunshots, what if Parker had sent John, you know, the knife-wielding maniac that likes to cut people up? Yeah, what if he sent him and used a knife to slit your mom's throat, to slit Xavier's throat? The watch wouldn't have activated because you set it. The black genius Riri Williams set the watch to only activate when it hears gunshots. So There are a number of ways that Parker or anybody else could have killed Riri's family. Knives, a flamethrower, gasoline or lighter fluid with a box of matches. You know, just punch her mom in the face several times. Like, just snap her fucking neck. You know, choke her out. Like Arthur Fleck style, take a pillow and fucking just smother her in her bed. There's a number of ways that they could have killed Ronnie. But Riri only set the watch to activate if it hears a gunshot. I mean, I can't say anything else. That kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? And then that also comes back to bite this scene in the ass when you think about the fact that what if Riri said, "Can you make it quick?" and they say, "Sure," and they pull out a knife and they just stab her in the fucking eye. The watch wouldn't have stopped them. Because it's set to fucking go off when they shoot a gun. They could have just took a knife and just said zoop, threw it across the room right into Riri's forehead, General Shepard style from Modern Warfare 2. Okay, it's fucking dumb. It's really fucking stupid. Like I cannot overemphasize how fucking stupid this show is, and it's gonna get worse. Y'all hear that? Somebody on the phone outside, and it's loud as shit. So, what's their names? Roz and Jerry get caught in the bubble shield, and then Clown is outside. She's set up bombs on all of the exit doors except for the one she's using to enter the restaurant. So Riri just locks the door, and she's like, "Are you serious? Like, you really think a lock is gonna stop me when I'm a pyromaniac?"
Aww. You really think a locked door is gonna keep me out? Okay.
So she mentions that Riri killed John, and instead of Riri saying, "I didn't kill John," instead of just saying that, again, this is like the second time this has happened, by the way, but instead of just saying, "I didn't kill that person," or like with Xavier when she said, "I didn't mean to make Natalie, look like Natalie," right? Instead of just explaining what actually fucking happened, Riri says,
"It's not like that. I didn't mean to."
And it's like, why didn't you just tell him what actually fucking happened? Which is that your suit autonomously grabbed him and pulled you out, and he just got fucked. Because we need drama. We need drama. But Riri like runs into the kitchen to avoid Clown's bombs and shit, and Riri instead of Clown, who is a pyromaniac, like, demolitionist, instead of just throwing like 70 bombs into the kitchen and just decimating her into like insta-jibbing her like Unreal Tournament or some shit, right? Instead of just throwing hundreds of bombs into the kitchen, she just stalks the kitchen in this one lane, going side to side, kind of just looking for her lazily, And it was just like, why is she doing that? Is it to buy time? Are you trying to buy time for Riri to concoct some bullshit?
Is this thing on?
The answer is yes. But going back a few, first off, there's a part where Clown throws a bomb at Riri which is effectively a frag grenade. It goes off and Riri just takes a baking sheet and blocks all of the shrapnel. I don't even think that baking sheet would have stopped 22 long rifle. As a matter of fact, I'll be right back because I can show you 22 long rifle. So I got a little bit of 22 long rifle here. Yeah, that baking sheet would not have stopped something like this. This right here. You see that little gray part right there? That's the actual projectile that comes out of a 22 long rifle firearm. And that baking sheet would not have stopped this. And the thing is that 22 long rifle can barely kill a human. Barely. So if that baking sheet couldn't have stopped this, what makes you think a fucking frag grenade could be stopped by a baking sheet? I'm imploring Hollywood, please take a few lessons in firearms, ballistics, and just all things that go boom. Please take a course, a lesson, watch some YouTube videos, something, please, because this shit is so fucking stupid, dude. But that's whatever, right? You know, it's a day that ends in Y. But the next part is kind of weird because Riri's just like, oh yeah, did Parker tell you that he killed Stewart? You should ask him about it. Why the fuck would you expect him to fucking tell you the truth about that? Why would you expect him to tell the truth about the fact that he got Stewart killed? Or he killed Stewart? You'd be like, oh yeah, I fucking killed him. Yeah, I totally did it. I killed Eric Andre. I totally did it. Why the fuck would you expect him to tell you the truth? Anyway, there was this moment. Okay, so going back to what I said before, there's this moment where Riri knocks her out with the gas canister. Clown drops a bomb and fucking what follows is probably one of the stupidest looking shots in the entire series. And then yeah, it's probably the stupidest looking shot in the series because I really do think the budget was starting to run out on this show in the last 2 episodes because what the fuck is this, dude? Clown has some of the, like, apt for her name, she has some of the worst fucking bombs I've ever seen in my life. Because what do you mean the bomb goes off and shrapnel flies everywhere, but Clown just slowly climbs over the seat and just rolls over as if the bomb never went off? The fuck are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? So, after defeating Clown and the twins, Riri goes outside to try and get in her car, but Slug is driving around the corner. Coincidentally, Slug was around the corner with the box truck and the suit. So Slug is essentially, as you can already tell, Slug is delivering the suit to Riri in a very stupid and indirect way. But Slug tries to run down Riri in the middle of the street, and Riri, again, black genius, Riri Williams. Instead of her just getting on the sidewalk where there's a whole line of cars that would protect her from the box truck trying to run her over, instead of doing that, she just runs down the street. Riri, get on the fucking sidewalk. You can't be serious. Nobody thought, she could just get on the sidewalk and run down the sidewalk and the box truck would not be able to. Like, you could have wrote this scene to not be fucking retarded. You know that, right? Like, you could have had her get on the sidewalk and then Slug is, like, driving parallel and he pulls out a gun or some shit and tries to shoot Riri while Slug is driving and Riri's running and tries to avoid getting shot. You didn't think about that? Natalie cuts herself out of the magnet and then breaks out of the truck, snatches up Riri, and then Riri does a ground pound on the truck and the truck flips over and then Slug runs away. Riri and Natalie get into an argument and then Natalie's like, fuck off, I'm going to bed. Right? Bed. She's an AI, you get what it means. But Riri's like, fine, fuck it, I'm gonna go home. And then she gets inside of the suit and flies away, but she gets shocked out of the sky. And Natalie, because she's asleep, doesn't respond when Riri tries to get her to come back, which is interesting because, I'll get back to that in a second, but which is interesting because she only seems to, like, try to make amends with people when she needs something from them. Interesting. But before we get to who shocked her, we got to go back because during this argument, Riri says that Natalie is just code, which is dumb as shit because in the last episode, she literally just said she's alive.
Heart? Okay. You are a series of codes, okay? Numbers. Look at her. She is alive.
This shit is some of the most inconsistent writing I've ever seen in any TV show or movie. I've never seen a show or movie that was this fucking inconsistent, bro. It's just so disgusting. But also, Natalie says something in this scene. I'll just play it right now.
I am not the problem here, Ree. You are.
And yeah, Natalie's 100% right. Interestingly, at least the show proves that Riri is something without the suit. the sad thing is that the show had to make everyone paste eaters in order to show that she's something without the suit. But what's interesting is that, like, again, before we get to who shocked her, what's interesting is that Riri flies away without Natalie's help, which makes me wonder why couldn't she close the mask by herself in episode 2 before she got shot? It's kind of weird. If she could fly away without her AI, why did she need the AI to close the mask? I forgot also there's this really fucking awful shot where Riri tries to take off from the street that says Black Lives Matter, and it looks awful. It looks fucking horrible, dude. Just, oh man. Marvel, what's going on, bro? So, finally, who shocked Riri Williams out of the sky? Well, we find out it's Ezekiel Stain. And he's got these cybernetic implants, like it's Cyberpunk, and he can zap people now, like Darth Sidious. And he's also like tankier now because he has armor under him or something like that. But what I immediately noticed is how this scene is aping the shit out of the ending of Iron Man 1. Come here. Come here. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here. Don't pretend like you don't hear me. Come here. What you making all that noise for, girl? You see this dog? What are you making all that noise for? Come here. Come here. Come here. Where are you going, you creature? Come here. Come here. Up. Up. Come here. What are you doing? Come here so I can finish recording. Thank you. Come on. What you making all that noise for, girl? What you making all that noise for? You want attention? Is that what it is? Hey, mama. Hey, mama. You okay? You alright now? You ready to go? You want me to let you go now? Alright, girl. Go on. Don't you touch that trash can. Anyway, so where was I? Oh yeah, this scene, it apes the shit out of the ending of the first Iron Man movie, where I don't know how to describe it other than they took the ending of the first Iron Man movie but made it fake, lame, and gay. Where you've got a Stain fighting an Iron person, and like, it's at nighttime. It's, after, what's his name? After a Stain creates an abomination of technology, right? Stain is close to beating the shit out of Riri. But the problem is that, Stain was handily beating the shit out of Riri. She was going to lose. But for some reason, not to mention, Riri calls him Joe throughout this entire exchange. I don't know why he didn't go berserk just for that. But there's a line that sums up how this is supposed to be a very weak... It's supposed to be a parallel to the first Iron Man movie, but it's a very weak and hollow parallel. And Zeke basically says what I was trying to, conclude about this scene.
I spent my whole life trying not to become Obadiah Stane. Just to find myself right where he left, taking down an iron freak.
But I thought it was kind of lame that, Ezekiel, puts this biotech in his... What did I say about the trash can? But it's kind of weird that they didn't use this opportunity to, make it so that he can, have some biotech armor that, he can call on command that, grows out of his skin or, something cool, instead of just some, I'm talking about, some low-grade cyberpunk implants. I'm talking about, even, there are characters in Cyberpunk where they would see Ezekiel Stain's implants and be like, oh, that's kind of mild. You're going for a minimalist look, It's kind of tame in terms of the Cyberpunk implants kind of look that he's going for. But I I just assumed that the budget ran out so they couldn't make a suit for him or something. For some reason, Ezekiel spares Riri. Like I'm talking about, he has her on the ropes. He's about to kill her. But for some reason, he just spares her and just says, get out of town. Why? She ruined your life. Why'd you let her go? She doesn't even give a good reason. Just kill her and move on. I'm not saying that killing her is right. It's just that there was no reason for him to spare her. The show gives no reason for why he should have spared her. You had her on the ropes, buddy. You were going to win. I don't get it. At least give us a reason why he spared her. Just give us a reason. But I also put here, isn't it convenient that all of the characters are spared so they can turn heel later in the episode or series? So that all the fucking characters that got spared, they could be heroes in the future or some shit like that. Because we can't just have continuous bad guys. We have to have all the bad guys turn into good guys. It's fucking stupid. Riri goes back home to Ronnie, where Ronnie sees that Riri got her ass beat. Mind you, Riri also took the AI computer out of her suit, so she has Natalie in hand. She comes home and fucking Ronnie is like, baby, what happened to you? You know, fucking. At this point, I was just really fucking confused about the theme of the show. What is this message that the show's trying to go for? Is that Riri? I guess the show is like Riri you should ask for help. Like, here's what I assume the show's story, like the message was for this scene, where Riri learns that she needs to ask for help from her mama. I was like, what is the fucking lesson or theme of this show? Keep fucking up and being an asshole to everyone, but you need to ask for mama for help and she'll fix everything? I mean, that's kind of what happens, is that Riri goes to Ronnie and says, mama, I need help. And she says, oh, don't worry, baby girl, I got you. Like, what kind of hero is this where she can't even fix her own fucking problems? Well, she needs to go run into her mama to save her. Like, what the fuck is this? And oh boy, if I really wanted to get like very cultural and very, very observant about the black community, I could really read into the scene and say some very uncomfortable things about how I feel about this scene in terms of the relationship between the matriarchal culture of American black people and how it doesn't fucking solve anything. But we'll spare you that because oh boy, I just don't really feel like getting into it right now. But as I said, like to double down on what I said, how are we supposed to see Riri as Tony's successor when she can't even defeat her own villains? She has to either pray to God they're retarded or auspicious enough to spare her. When Tony solved it, either Tony solved every problem that came his way, or he had people help him, but he instructed them on how to help him. So Riri can't even solve her own problems by herself. She needs help from other people to solve her problems. Problems that she put herself in, by the way. But yeah, we've already hit that nail on the head. And then Riri complains about how, like, oh, we need to get out of Chicago. And there are people trying to get me. And it's like, yeah, and your stupid ass came home and endangered your own mother. Stupid.
Mom, I said there are crazies in these streets looking for me. We shouldn't even be sitting down right now. We should be packing our bags.
And then she says fucking, oh boy, what she says next.
Chicago is not safe for us.
I mean, it's not safe for anybody in Chicago, but go off, queen. Go off. Oh yeah, her mom says, oh, you got kicked out of MIT over that suit. And I was like, no, you got kicked out of She got kicked out of MIT because she was helping students plagiarize. She was doing the homework of other students and selling it to them. On top of the fact that she was just an asshole who was taking advantage of everybody. And honestly, MIT probably would have kept her for another 4 years if Riri would have been on her best behavior because of the good PR. They would have kept Riri for good PR if Riri wasn't an asshole that was breaking the rules of every institution in the tri-state area. Okay, so this is a big part of this episode, and I cannot believe they dropped the ball on this shit, but This is a very big moment in the episode, so let me lay it down. We're at a very emotional moment in this episode where, like, you know, Riri's breaking down. She doesn't even have her suit anymore. You know, her relationship with Xavier and Natalie's on the rocks. You know, she's been hunted. There's a super powered cyber tech, like, you know, guy that's, you know, out for blood. There's a demon Latino that wants her dead. Fucking, like, we're shit's pretty bad right now, okay? So Ronnie asks her a question that we've heard the answer to several times. Why is this suit so special to you? What is so special about this suit? We've heard this answer, but because we're at the low point of the show, the emotional low point, like, we should be getting a different answer that really hits at the core of the character, right? So I was like, okay, so I'm expecting, you know, maybe she'll say the same answer and she'll, you know, blow it, and then Ronnie will blow it off and be like, that's not the real answer. I want the real answer. Okay, so that's what happens, right? Let's hear what Riri says is the real reason why she's upset with this suit. Or she's obsessed with this suit, my bad.
Because it was the only thing I could do to protect us. After Gary and Natalie died, that night I just froze. I couldn't help them. I just had to watch them bleed out until the paramedics came 1 minute too late.
That answer is really fucking stupid. Because the answer is stupid because you have done so many things to put the other people that are still alive in danger. You linked up with a criminal organization. You found out that they're ran by a demon Latino that can dual wield pistols and shoot them as like fucking like Yondu's arrow and shit. And you fucking, like, you carelessly acted and endangered everyone and put the target on your own fucking back. But you made the suit because you wanted to be able to protect your family. And I can't believe this happened for the second time in a series, but a Transformers movie did this idea a lot better. Because, in case you didn't see Bumblebee, Charlie is a female character who, just like Riri, like, had a dad, or in Riri's case a stepdad, who was a mechanic, right? So Charlie is obsessed with this muscle car, trying to get this muscle car to work. So she's working on it every day, you know, after her job, and she's trying to fix it, but she can't seem to get it fixed. And we find out later in the movie that the reason why she's obsessed with that car and getting it to work is because it's the only thing that she feels allows her to have a connection with her dead father.
You know, I always thought if I could just finish fixing this car, if I could just get it to start up again, he would hear me.
That her working on the car makes her feel closer to her dead father. And we could have had that. It would have been boosted off of a Transformers movie, but we could have had that be the reason. I work on this suit because my father was my stepfather was my beacon of light. He was the person that was constantly telling me I could do this. And if I don't finish this suit, then I'll feel like I failed my stepfather. But instead, I just want to keep you guys safe, even though I'm going to be retarded the entire series and put all of us in danger. Again, a Transformers movie did this better. Don't know what to tell you, man. That's crazy. So Ronnie's like, I can help you. And what she does is she takes Riri to the garage that her stepfather owned. And, oh God, Riri is so fucking ungrateful because Ronnie takes her to the garage and says, you can work on your suit here. And then Riri's like, oh, what am I supposed to do here? It's just a garage. I can't do anything here.
Cool. Got it. Let's go.
Riri?
How can you be here? Especially at a time like this.
Fucking ungrateful ass bitch. Like, she effectively spits in her mother's face and rolls her eyes, which, as I said in a previous part, I couldn't fathom being that much of a bastard to my own mother when she's the only parent I have left. Couldn't imagine it. I mean, my dad's still alive and we have a pretty good relationship, but like, fucking, like, for a while it was just my mom, and it's just like, dude, like, My only parent, treating my only parent like that, bro. Crazy. But in this garage, Natalie shows up and she projects a memory of Riri's, of her when she was like 8 or 9 years old. And even when she was 8 or 9 years old, she was so fucking annoying, dude. Oh my God.
You need a break.
Do you think Mae Jemison took breaks? I don't think so. She was too big.
Honestly, what's crazy is that the memory scene is a very tragic scene because it's the closest the show ever gets to actually being a working story, and Riri fucks it up. Like midway through the fucking memory, she cuts off the memory and says, "Why are you showing me this?" Can we just have the fucking moment and you fucking realize why you're being shown this on your own instead of someone telling you why you're being shown this? Because it would have been a lot more impactful if you just kind of just lived in the memory and was just like, I remember now. I need to remember how great my stepfather was in you know, hold on to these good memories instead of trying to shut them away. Instead of having her AI tell her that. But yeah, that scene was actually the closest the show gets to working as a concept. It's a pretty good, you know, it's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good scene, and then Riri fucks it up. And then Riri has this moment. Oh my God, it's so cringe. But just play the clip, Isabella.
I didn't mean it. Any of it. You're a glitch. But you're my glitch.
Even when the show is having a fucking moment, Riri can't help but be a fucking asshole, bro. Oh my God. Anyway, fucking so. Riri's like, even if I could build the suit, I can't because I don't have anything to build it out of. And then Ronnie's like, yeah, you do. And then she pulls out the fucking car that her dead husband was going to give to Riri. And it's like, it's kind of weird because this car has serious sentimental value and you're going to strip it for parts and turn it into a suit of armor that's going to get fucking annihilated by some Avengers level threat one day. Again, Bumblebee did this better. It worked better in Bumblebee because throughout the entire movie, Charlie couldn't get the car to work. But by the end of the movie, after she's let go of her emotional baggage and she learns how to live again, she actually gets the car running and she can drive the car after she lets go of that emotional baggage. The car is symbolic for her mental state, right? In this show, it's just like, yeah, that sentimental thing, strip it for parts, turn it into something else. You don't fucking need it. Oh God, dude. Riri's having issues with power, and like, again, this is supposed to be the part of the show, the part of the story where Riri gets her stride back and everything's starting to work, you know, right? But she's still bitching and moaning and nothing is fucking right, and it's so fucking annoying to hear this character complain about everything.
You good? No. No, I'm not good. Okay, I have added everything I can think of.
Shut up the fuck up. I don't care. I do not care.
But this is supposed to be the part of the story where everything starts to be on the uptrend. We had our all is lost dark night of the soul moment in the valley of the story, right? We're now supposed to be going up. We're supposed to be going up towards the climax. Which, oh man, the climax is something else, man. I'll tell you what. But she's still bitching about everything. When we're going up, we're going in the right direction, but she's bitching about everything still. Oh my God. But Riri's like, man, I can't get enough power for this suit. And then she's like, wait a minute. What if I use magic? And it's like, duh. Welcome to 2025, bitch. I would have been trying to make my suit out of magic a long time ago when I found out that magic was real. The fuck? After she realizes she needs to make her suit be powered off of magic, we see Parker and his band of rogues where Zeke lies about killing Riri. And then Parker's like, oh, I don't really believe you because you don't have enough details. And then Clown makes up a story about it. Oh, that's what that happened before Riri had the issue about the power. Okay, I forgot about that. So this scene takes place before her realizing she should use magic as a power source. So Zeke is like, yeah, I killed Riri. And then Clown is like, yeah, he double killed her. We fucked up and Zeke had to save our asses, right? So Parker's like, yeah, I believe you. All right, I'm going to go prepare for this next heist. But then Clown slides over to what's his name? Slug. And she's like, hey, I need you to find the autopsy for Stewart real quick. Because she's starting to take Riri's like word and is like, okay, Stewart's dead. Hold on. Let me just find out if this is true. Right? So then the scene about using magic as a power source happens. Then we bounce back and Clown is like, yo, autopsy says Stewart is fucking dead. You killed him, didn't you? And Parker's like, no. And fucking it's like, so why did you expect him to tell you the fucking truth? I mean, they still fucking break apart. You know, the band breaks up and they go their separate ways. Parker fires them after he tries to choke the shit out of Slug. But it's like, first of all, I don't fucking care about any of these losers. Second of all, like I said, why the fuck did you assume that he was going to tell you the truth about killing somebody? Anyway. And another thing is, why would you assume that he wouldn't try to kill you after finding out that he killed Stewart? But anyway, Xavier helps out. After their argument, Xavier helps out after he reads the card that was in his headphones that Riri gifted him in like episode 3, I think. It was episode 3. He reads the card and he comes to help out and then he uses a Star Trek quote and he's like, I don't really like this AI Natalie shit, but I mean, if it works for you, then that's fine. Just keep that shit away from me, basically. So then we get a montage of them working. I skipped it, but there's this detail, which is okay, I guess, is that the sign on the garage says Gary's Garage, but then the GA at the beginning turns off, so it says Ree's Garage, because, you know, Riri Williams, but it's not even R-I, it's R-Y, but so it's still fucking stupid to some degree, but whatever. Oh yeah, so Ezekiel's trying to skip town, but Parker rolls up and he's like, oh, buddy, I have control over your implants, so you're going to do what I say. Parker forces Ezekiel to ride with him, and they go to the mansion that was in the flashback of episode 4? Was it 4? Yeah, it was episode 4. The mansion that John and Parker were trying to rob in episode 4, Zeke and Parker return to it, and they raid the place. They kill a bunch. Do they kill the guards? So he goes into the mansion and talks to the guy that owns the mansion, and we find out the guy that owns the mansion is Parker's father.
If you wanted my company, you could have done this hostile takeover remotely. So why are you here?
I had to look you in the eye and ask, what kind of father puts his son out of the house at 12?
Which, to the show's credit, I didn't see that coming. Kind of interesting. That the most interesting part of the show, it doesn't really spend that much time developing. I would have actually loved to know, why did Parker's dad kick him out at the age of 12? That seems like a pretty fucking crazy thing to do. You know, kick a 12-year-old out of your fucking house when that nigga could barely make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich without shooting himself in the foot somehow. So I was very interested to know more about this dynamic, but instead the show kind of just shoos him out, and Parker has the mansion now. That's it. So we go back to Riri, who's finished the suit, got that Shadow the Hedgehog paint job. Still looks ugly as shit though. It's got like the fucking, it's got wheels. Why does it have wheels for feet, dude? I don't fucking know. They can't make a good Ironheart suit for some fucking reason, but they're trying to use magic to power the suit, but the suit can't handle Natalie, the AI Natalie, while also being powered by magic. So the magic accidentally deletes Natalie. And my first immediate thought was, so y'all made the same mistake that y'all made in Age of Ultron. Why is there no backup of this AI? Why did, like, just like in Age of Ultron, I was like, why didn't Ultron make a backup of his AI somewhere on a server or something? Like in that weird place that he was making his new body and he held Natasha, you know, in a prison cell? You're telling me he didn't build like a server that had a backup of his consciousness, that the moment his code goes offline, the backup AI activates on the server and wherever the place is? Like, Riri didn't make a backup of this AI. Like, fun fact, I got my CompTIA 8 Plus certification in December, And there is a whole section of the curriculum that goes over how to archive information and in the most effective way possible, which is like, you've got like, what's it supposed to be? It's supposed to be like 3 backups daily, 2 backups weekly, 1 backup monthly, or something like that. Grandfather, father, son, backup schedule, or something like that. The fact that Riri just didn't do any of it, no backing up of anything, is fucking bonkers to me as an IT professional. That's bonkers that you just don't have any backups. My computer that I'm currently recording this on has several backups via time shift on Linux. So I just don't understand how you didn't back up anything. That's just bonkers to me. You're but black genius, okay? Anyway, that's the end of episode 5. I wish this was the end of episode 6, because fuck me, we gotta go through episode 6, dude. All right, episode 6. I got some sparkling water here, strawberry lemonade, but I also have some Mio electrolytes, strawberry lemonade electrolytes, so I'm gonna put that in there. Just slightly jostle that a little bit. Adds a little bit of taste, because sometimes this sparkling water just doesn't have enough taste for me. Yeah, it's a little bit better. It's got carbonation in there. I can't be jostling that shit too much. Yeah, that'll work. So, episode 6. Not Return of the Jedi, unfortunately. But thank Jesus this is the shortest episode out of all of them. It's only like 39 minutes long. I think the last one was the longest one at like 59 minutes or something crazy shit like that. But this is the shortest one. So thank God our time is almost over with this fuck-ass show. But so immediately I called that we were not going to explore what could have possibly been an interesting idea. The fact that Riri just had to watch her best friend die a second time. We don't explore that, just so we're clear. Oh man, that has carbonation. It's going to make me burp. I shouldn't have done this. It didn't come out. So the episode starts with Zeke and Parker in the mansion. And Parker is just pigging out, eating a bunch of shit. But Parker is like, I need more. And Zeke is like, I'm not going with you. And Parker's like, yes, the fuck you are. And Zeke keeps trying to fight Parker. But it's like, dude, he can control you. To the point where he even has a protocol in his cybernetics that is meant to prevent anyone from harming Parker, including himself. So when Zeke tries to stab Parker with a fork, he stabs himself with a fork.
I'm not doing this.
You're programmed to prevent anyone from harming me. Even you.
But he keeps trying to fight Parker at every avenue, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. But we go back to Riri, and as I said, we don't explore the idea of Riri having to watch her best friend die a second time. But this is when I noticed Riri, I wrote the notes here, Riri doesn't handle hardship and obstacles the same way Tony Stark does. She just gets frustrated and slams shit. Tony would find something like this a humorous little challenge. I mean, he and Bruce made an AI overnight. So Riri is not built the same way as Tony Stark. But I also found it interesting in this moment. This is when I started having it, because not a lot happens in this scene. It's just Riri trying to recreate the AI, and then she's like, I can use magic to bring the AI back, and then she goes to fight Parker. But I'm going to explore a couple of things at this point in the story. But I said, it's funny that Riri is a poor man's version of Tony, because she didn't create her own source of infinite energy like Tony casually did in the first Iron Man.
I think we should take another look into arc reactor technology.
Oh, come on. The arc reactor, that's a publicity stunt. Tony, come on, we built that thing to shut the hippies up.
She needed magic from another dimension to create infinite energy. Which, mind you, because I know there's going to be some people that said, what about when he had to make the miniature arc reactor and he struggled with it? It's like, no. He did not struggle with making the arc reactor. He struggled with miniaturizing it. Because the arc reactor, there was that scene where Obadiah and him are having that conversation in the full-scale arc reactor. And Tony's talking about how he finds it necessary to learn how to miniaturize it. right? So it wasn't the fucking arc reactor itself that was the accomplishment. It was the miniaturization of it that was the accomplishment. Because he made the arc reactor by complete fucking accident and didn't, not accident, but he made it as like a side thing and just was just like, I don't really know what to do with this, so here it is, you know? It just powers some random building. It doesn't really do anything besides power a building. That's how smart Tony Stark is compared to Riri. He made a source of infinite energy and it powers his fucking headquarters, and that's all it does. So, yeah. And I also pointed out, it's also pretty crazy that one of the main supporting characters literally gets deleted from the script and there is basically no fanfare. It's just treated as an inconvenience. Anyway. Oh, wait, go back. I forgot. At the beginning of the episode, we get that flashback again, but this time we see how Parker got out of the situation. There is a strange man in this tunnel that says, "You want to take this door? I can help you out." Because he's about to get sandwiched by these two groups of police dogs and guards. So he takes this door into the pizzeria that the gang was in later in the timeline, and this strange man offers Parker, a deal. Oh, excuse me, which is obviously a Faustian deal if you know anything about media. Because if some random older fellow showed up and offered me to grant my wildest wishes, and he said, all you gotta do is shake my hand, I'd be like, get behind me, Satan. Fuck no. Like, you gotta be kidding me to think I'd fucking shake your hand, brother. Anyway, Parker takes this deal because he wants to be, in his own words, disgusting, greasy rich. He wants to be obnoxiously rich.
Stupid, disgusting, greasy rich.
More so than his own father, because Mephisto... I spoiled it, but this is Mephisto that's giving him this deal. He's transferring these images of his own father into his head and whispering in his mind, you want to be more rich than him. And he's like, I want to be rich. I want to be disgusting, greasy rich, right? And Mephisto's like, I can make that happen. I'll give you the tools to do it. Just shake my hand. And there's the deal. Parker got the hood, and Mephisto now has a pawn. Jumping back to, where we were originally, because I completely forgot about that scene. I don't think I even said anything about that scene, because I didn't really see too many problems with it. It just explains how Parker got the hood, and that's really it. Nothing really to talk about. I saw this, and I was like, wait a minute, I forgot to mention that. But we're back now into where I originally was. And Parker is in his hideout, and he's tweaking because he's like, why do I feel so empty still? And he demands Mephisto show himself. And suddenly Mephisto shows himself, and he just has an English accent now.
And where the hell have you been?
Oh, I've been a little bit busy. You see, you're not my only client. Didn't you get my messages?
He just sounds like a British person. And I was just like, why? Like, Parker even asks why he has a British accent, and he just never answers. I don't know. I guess it's because he's using it to, like, try and fool people and to make them feel more agreeable and more relaxed, because he has an accent that is more similar to theirs. Because he tries to do the same thing to Riri later in this episode. But then when Riri calls him out on him being, a demon, basically, he's like, all right, I'm a British bloke, It is a British accent, right? I fucking know. I don't really care. So Riri has to fight Zeke. Okay, so before I keep going, I have to mention that, like, the majority of this episode is just standard slop for the most part. Nothing crazy, but the worst, like, the thing that makes this episode so fucking bad is literally in the last 10 minutes. So we'll get to that. For the most part, I don't really have much to say about the events leading up to the finale of this episode. But Zeke shows up. They got to fight because Zeke is like, yo, if Parker sees you're still alive, he's going to kill me, so I got to kill you. Riri scans him, and this happens very quickly, by the way. This fight isn't even I don't even think it's 5 minutes long. It's probably like 3 minutes long. I'm going to put a note right here that says how long that fight actually is. But Zeke and Riri fight for a little bit. Even though Zeke doesn't want to fight Riri, Riri's like, hey, you've been hacked. If you let me, I can shut you down. I can shut you down for a few minutes and it'll reboot and you'll be free from Parker's control. But I gotta kick you in the balls. And Zeke is like, I guess. And then Riri literally kicks him in the balls, which The reason why she kicks him in the balls is because it's the one part of his body that hasn't been augmented by cybernetics. So, as the way the show describes it, if he gets kicked in the balls and he experiences a tremendous amount of pain, the entire system will go into crisis mode and he won't be able to like do anything. So Riri puts the system in crisis mode by kicking him in the balls, puts a little chip in the nape of his neck, and it reboots him and he goes to sleep. And that's Zeke. He's out of the show.
You think you can help me? How?
I'm gonna knee you in the groin.
What?
I'm sorry, but I assume there's no bionics there.
Yep. Clean glove.
Go handle Parker. Just know you and I aren't done.
That's it. And it took like, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. It was a 2-minute fight. I don't fucking know how long it was, but it was really brief. So Riri goes upstairs and Parker's up there waiting for her. And he's like, I knew I would have to be the one to take you out, right? So they have a fight, and typical slop Marvel fight. But initially there was this part where I will admit they got me because, you know, Riri's not really good at keeping up her suit. So Riri is fighting Parker. Parker is getting possessed by the cloak so badly that he's starting to turn into a lichen. He's a demon Latino lichen. Where his like teeth start coming out and he just starts looking kind of like a werewolf a little bit. And he starts like physically taking his fingers turn into claws. He starts scratching the shit out of Riri's armor. And is about to pull the power source out of the chest. But Riri like blows something up. I don't fucking know. You'll understand why I'm confused about how this happens. But Riri blew something up on her suit, and it looks like she blew up her suit to the point where it's completely like destroyed. So Riri's on her knees crying, begging that Parker doesn't kill her. Parker shoots her, but come to find out, oh, it was a hologram. You got me, even though it doesn't make any fucking sense, but you got me. And Riri snatches the hood off of Parker, and Parker's like, you know, having a withdrawal reaction where he's like, I need the cloak. I need it. I'm gonna die without it. And Riri's like, you can't have this. And she just leaves with the cloak, goes downstairs. And this is where the show just completely just fucking just goes to a different realm of just fuck. That's all I can describe it as. But before we get to that, I did say here, with how short the episode is and how brief the final confrontations of both Zeke and Parker are, I think this show had very serious production issues in the last episode. And may have been budget, may have been writing issues, I don't know, but some clearly didn't go right in the story for the final two confrontations to be as short as they are. And also because of how short this episode is, it's kind of like it's really like apparent how fucking off this shit is. So something just clearly didn't happen right in this production. Something didn't happen right. Riri sits down with the guy that gave Parker the cloak. She knows that this guy is not just some normal guy. He's clearly a demonic entity. I've already told you it's Mephisto, right? Mephisto says, you always find yourself at the short end of the stick, and they show a shot of Riri getting kicked out of MIT, and it's like, no, that was not Riri being on the short end of the stick. Riri gave herself the short end of the stick by constantly breaking the rules and being in college for 4 years and not graduating and being an ungrateful asshole, all right? So she got herself kicked out of MIT. She wasn't at the short end of the stick.
Someone who, due to no fault of their own, finds themselves always at the short end of the stick.
Riri thinks that this is Dormammu who she's talking to, and then Mephisto laughs and he's like, haha, no, I'm Mephisto. I have many names, but my name is Mephisto. You could call me Mephisto. And he says it in this really like slop heavy, like fucking like please soy face when you hear my name kind of way, where he builds up to it and he like has these pauses and he's like, you can call me Mephisto.
You can call me Mephisto.
Ooh, Mephisto. And then Riri's like, am I supposed to know who that is? And it's like, yeah, because it doesn't make any fucking sense to write it like that, for him to make it a big reveal to a character that doesn't know who the fuck that is. So that was clearly made for the soy face fucking like clapping seals. Oh, Mephisto. Oh, Mephisto. Glub shitto. Oh. That's what that scene was made for. People like that. If I'm not mistaken, I read this somewhere. Didn't they weren't gonna put Mephisto in this show, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they were originally going to connect Dormammu to him, to Parker, but they decided to do Mephisto because they said Mephisto would actually be a better thematic choice for the show, which I don't disagree, because it's a show about how making deals with unscrupulous people can get you in hot water, right? So I get why they did that. It's not a bad choice to make it Mephisto. It's just the way that they reveal it is very, very stupid and very, very cringy. But anyway, Mephisto tries to get Riri to strike a deal with him that he could help bring back Natalie. Riri says, what's the catch?
The kind of life I could offer you. You should do this.
What's the catch?
Riri. I wrote this here. Why are you asking this to a demon monster man who alludes to the idea that Dormammu is a lower god compared to him? Why are you even entertaining this offer? Dude, this guy literally told you, yeah, the guy that you heard about, I'm worse than him. And you think, what's the catch? Like, what? I would be walking the fuck out, bro. Because you're telling me the guy I heard about is he's not even remotely close to as bad as you are? I'm out of here. I'm packing my bags. I'm going the fuck home. And I'm gonna like to get some sage and start fucking blessing this house with fucking praying to God, fucking lighting candles and fucking getting crystals and shit. Cause absolutely not. I just found out about Dormammu yesterday, and you're telling me you're worse than him? No. And Riri's fucking stupid for even entertaining this. After she literally just saw the last guy he made a deal with turn into a demon Latino Lycan man, and you're actually entertaining this, is crazy. It's fucking nuts. It's like she has it. Put a pin in that. I'm not going to say that yet. I'm not going to say what I was about to say yet. Just put a pin in that. Riri is like, oh, you can bring back Natalie. And he's like, what do we say? Do we have a deal? And he outstretches his hand, and like, to say, hey, shake my hand and we got a deal. And then it suddenly cuts to the Chicago. Bro. It suddenly cuts to the Chicago skyline. Riri's working in her dad's garage, and then Natalie just shows up. And she's thinking, oh, my AI is finally working. I used magic and my technology to create my AI again. And then we find out, oh, no, this is actually Natalie. This is the real, previously dead but now alive Natalie that can physically touch Riri now. And I was thinking, oh, so it's like, okay, so here's the thing. I was thinking, oh, so it's like Mission Impossible Fallout, where like Ethan Hunt has that whole like fucking, and this is a technique that I've done in my writing as well, in my novels, where he has this whole like daydream about what it would be like to like go through this heist, kill all these police officers, and do it the way that Vanessa Kirby's character, what was her name? Yeah, Alana. It was Alana Mitsopoulos. The white, was it the White Queen? What was her alias? The White Widow was her name. Okay, yeah. I don't know how I got sidetracked by that. I wanted to just be accurate. But Ethan has this whole daydream about the way Alana's plan would work, and then it snaps back to, the real world, and then he does it his way that doesn't involve killing a bunch of cops. I thought that's what was happening, is that it's Riri like thinking about what life would be like with a real Natalie back. And I was like, oh, that would actually like be cool. And then she would say, you know what, no deal. And she learned her lesson, and she learned how to move on, even though her even entertaining this idea is fucking stupid because it's like she should say no deal because she just saw the last guy that had to deal with this guy on the floor acting like he had fucking meth withdrawals, okay? Like, fucking, the deal is off. You shouldn't even be entertaining this. But I was like, you know, maybe they're doing it like Mission Impossible where it's like fucking, oh, she's hypothetically thinking, what would it be like? Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. You really thought this show had a shred of decency? You thought this show had a shred of dignity? No. No. She seriously contemplates this. And then we find out in the final shot before the credits, she took the deal. She took the fucking deal. With Satan. With Marvel. She took the deal with Marvel's Satan. A Faustian deal with a man who had a cloak that turned a Latino into a demon lycan. She took the fucking deal. It's like the past 5 episodes. It's like the past 5 episodes meant jack fucking shit. Like, we were building up to this theme of like, oh my god, I cannot believe this show is actually making me genuinely upset. I could feel like my blood pressure rising. Like I'm starting to feel throbbing under my fucking skin because of how stupid or fucking retarded this show is, bro. Oh my god. We had this whole thing about how, oh, you should learn how to ask people for help. You should learn how to like do things the right way so that you don't get tangled up in things that you're not supposed to be doing. Like the whole thing about learning how to let go of your grief so that you could move forward, so that you can let go of these crutches, such as having an AI recreation of your best friend, even though it's fucking weird, you know? It'd be like me making an AI recreation of my grandfather who passed away in 2022. That's fucking weird. I wouldn't do that. I miss him. Every fucking day I miss him, bro. But I would never fucking do that. Because it's fucking crazy. It's a really weird thing to do. To try and pretend that this person is still alive through this facsimile of a person. But the show basically said, fuck it. Fuck it. Take the deal. Take it. All those lessons that she was supposed to learn throughout the entire series, flush them down the fucking toilet. I was like, no fucking shot. This is how the show ends. Like maybe there's like a post-credit scene or something that makes this better. Nope. The post-credit scene is Parker going to Zelma's shop and saying, I need some magic, bro. I gotta get, he's like, I gotta get my fucking fix, homie. He's got that fucking fiend energy in that scene. Oh man, I was scared. I just made myself ashy. Oh man. Ooh, that was scary. But yeah, it's just like after her dealings with the criminal and literal underworld, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna make a fucking deal with a demon man. I'm gonna make a deal with Satan. Like, bro, you're telling me that in a world that has Christians, right? Like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has Christians. Because Daredevil is a Catholic, right? And he's in the MCU. And Daredevil season 1 and 2 got ported over into the MCU after Born Again and No Way Home, right? So we're in a universe where Christianity exists. You got told that your version of Satan is real, and you shook that nigga's hand. You know what would be fucking hilarious? You know what would be hilarious? Is that, like, this is the last time we see Riri Williams. As in, like, we see, like, we got Wakanda Forever, then we get Ironheart, and then, like, fucking, like, in Secret Wars or fucking, or fucking, like, Doomsday, you just, like, you're in a war-torn Chicago, fucking, Sam Wilson and John Walker are walking through the ruins of Chicago, and fucking, hold up. And fucking, you just see Riri Williams' shriveled up corpse in the corner, and she's just like, oh man, that'd be fucking hilarious. Can we please, Marvel, please reach out to me. I can make you billions, okay? Just reach out to me, homie. I'll make it happen. Oh man, what the fuck is this show, homie? Let's sum up Ironheart, because 25 minutes. Yeah, this was the shortest part of the video. Let's just sum up Ironheart real quick. Characters. The most interesting characters were actually not Riri. It was, I'd say, Natalie. Like the dilemma. I wouldn't say Natalie herself is an interesting character, but more so her dynamic with Riri could have been interesting, but they took every opportunity to not explore it and just have Riri kind of vacillate between thinking Natalie is a real person and behaving as if she's just code. So wasted potential there. Riri is, yeah, I didn't get why people were saying Riri was a villain in this show until I watched it, and yeah, Riri's a fucking villain, dude. She literally is a static villain that learns fucking nothing. After ruining Ezekiel's life, which, by the way, Ezekiel, we'll get to Ezekiel, but after ruining Ezekiel's life, after getting Parker's friend killed, after, causing thousands of dollars of property damage, after fucking probably costing her mom, like, thousands of dollars on her electric bill, after charging her suit using the fucking apartment's power. Like, man, the Chicago Utility Board is gonna fuck her all the way up. Like, she ruins and fucks up so many people's lives, endangers Zelma and her mother's lives by bringing a piece of cloak from Mephisto to them, marking them for death possibly. Dude, please don't ever bring this character back. Like, I thought Echo was an ungrateful character. This character's even worse. I can't believe y'all made a character worse than Echo. Maya Lopez. You made a character worse than Maya Lopez. Crazy work. Nefarious work. Not even nasty work. Nefarious work. Nefarious. Unbelievable. I didn't know it was possible. Xavier, I don't even know what the fuck that character was supposed to be. I don't know what his point in being in the show was, other than to argue with Riri and create conflict between her and Natalie. Like, he doesn't really add anything to the show, other than to be the kind of love interest, kind of not love interest, who says cringy shit like, hey beautiful black people, or some shit like that.
Hey, black people.
Yeah, I don't like that line, just so we're clear. It's cringy, because I know several people like that in the real world, and every time I hear it makes me fucking cringe. Who else was there? Stewart was Eric Andre. That's it. Clown is a clown. So, accurate. A thirsty clown. I forgot. She's thirsty as fuck. I think there's like maybe... Actually, literally every episode involves her making a comment about wanting a man at some point. So... Or being thirsty for another man. I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with that character. Slug, zesty nigga. I ain't got nothing else to say. Just his presence annoys me. The twins. I still don't know if one of them male? Who's male? Which one is male? Okay, so Roz is clearly a woman. Jerry. I guess Jerry is a man. Yeah, is Jerry a man? Oh, God. And then the actor's one of those people that uses they, them, and I don't know. Okay, so Jerry is a guy. Jerry's a guy. Okay. Because I was looking at the actor, and I looked at the actor's fucking page on the Marvel Wiki, and it said their birthday. And it was just like, bro, like, fuck, I just want to know who the fuck this character is. Oh my God. It's a guy and a girl. Okay, they're nothing characters. They act stupid. They drink the stupid juice just so that Riri can get out alive. Ain't nothing to say about them. Parker, honestly, Parker could have been a lot more interesting, because anytime I got engaged in the show, engaged is a little bit too strong of a word. I'd say anytime I got a little interested in the show, just a tiny bit interested, it was always around Parker and the mystery of who he is, where he got the cloak from, why he's using the cloak, what he wants with this cloak, what his end game, because he was clearly building up to something, and it's clear in episode 2 he's building up to something. But I was just interested in that, and the show doesn't really spend too much time exploring that, or him as a character, honestly. Like, I get, he wanted to he wanted to get back at his father for kicking him out when he was 12, but And he does say one line where it's like, the only time you paid attention to me whenever I was getting in trouble. Yeah, that's cool and all, but I wanted more of that before that scene. I wanted to see more of that backstory before that scene. Like, it's alluded to that John and Parker, you know, John found him on the street after he got kicked out by his parents, and, you know, he essentially raised him. I wanted to see more of that. Didn't get it. Ronnie, she's a black mom. Well, a less violent black mom, because there were several times where Riri would have got slapped in the fucking mouth for talking like that in the real world, but besides the point. Zelma, a cutie. That's really all I gotta say. She's a cutie. Zelma's mom, Cree Summers, awesome voice. That's all I can really say. Who else is there? Mephisto. He's just typical Satan, you know, deal maker, conniving, con man, you know. Not much to say about him. There was like one cool little Easter egg that, like, in the finale of episode 6, when there's this shot where he stirs the coffee and then when you look in the spoon, his reflection is all fucked up. It's, you know, it's a cool little detail, but, you know, it doesn't save the rest of the show from being fucking trash. We gotta talk about Zeke, because Zeke genuinely should have been the next Iron Person. If there was gonna be a next Iron Person, should have been Zeke. It should have been Zeke. Because you already had, like I said earlier in a previous part, you already had a really interesting, like, backstory and dynamic for this character. The son of Obadiah Stane, whose father has a disgraced legacy that nobody knows about. He's constantly being told the lie that his father was a great man who died tragically in a plane crash, when really he was the Ironmonger, the first villain of the MCU. You had such an interesting thing going there. But you had to make room for Riri Williams, because we gotta have the black genius, women in STEM, when Ezekiel Stane was just a much more interesting character. You could have, if the show wasn't ass, you could have had something good going here, where, like, I could have I'm a map out what you could have did with Ezekiel Stane, right? You could have had Ezekiel Stane in the show. He falls from grace. He's just trying to be a guy that's kind of flying under the radar, right? He's not trying to mess with anybody. Then Riri fucks up his life. You know, Riri, and also in my version of this show, Riri would have actually been genuinely apologetic and tried to help Stane more than just say, I can fix this. Stane takes down Riri, and, you know, we get the line of him saying, oh, I fucking, like, you know, I tried my whole life to not be like my father, but here I am taking down an iron freak, right? You know? So he has his fall from grace, but then he sees the error of his ways, and he's like, I have great power. I should do better than my father, right? I should be better than my father. And then he goes on to be his own Iron Person and be the real, like, you know, be the real, because this is the second time they've done this, because he's kind of like John Walker, only even worse. Worse executed, because he doesn't get enough time, and he's more of a sympathetic character than John Walker. Where John Walker isn't really sympathetic, he's just the good guy. He's just the good guy. So he's not really sympathetic, he's just the good guy. But Zeke is more of just like a sympathetic, like, damn, he just got, like, you know, he got conned. He got told that he was gonna be fine, and shit went up shit creek, bro. Like, bro got fucked, you know? But genuinely, Zeke is just such wasted potential. He could have been his own lead character, right? A character that we see go from a spineless guy, which we did get to see him confront Heather, but, you know, he tried to zap the flowers and fucking Parker turned his powers off, which sucks, because, you know, like I said, Zeke should be his own character. He should be the lead of his own series, because he is such a potential. And we could also see people's reactions to finding out he's the son of Obadiah Stane, depending on which version of the story they have. Where if they have the real version of the story, they could react a specific way, or if they have the fake version of the story, they react a specific way. We could have had something really fucking interesting here. But no. We gotta focus on Riri Williams. So that right there is honestly worse than anything, is that we had a potentially interesting character and the show kept stealing the light away from him. stealing the limelight away from him, and telling us and insisting upon itself and telling us, no, Riri Williams is the more interesting character you want to focus on. And what else is there? Fucking, I've talked about the characters. What else is there? Fucking, I've already mentioned how, like, bringing magic into a sci-fi show is really fucking weird. It just, something just about the genre meshing just doesn't work for me. That's probably subjective. It just feels like it's just not the right show to introduce Mephisto. I feel like, honestly, Miss Marvel probably would have been a better show to introduce Mephisto. That's just me. Also, I feel like Mephisto is kind of also an author-saving throw after everyone hypothesized that Mephisto was behind WandaVision, when really no, WandaVision is the bad guy behind WandaVision is just Wanda herself. And it's weird how it's weird how that show tried to insist that Agatha was the bad guy, but fucking whatever. Or fucking Agatha all along. We should have had Mephisto introduced in Agatha all along. That makes more sense as a show. Instead, we get Death, and I didn't watch that show, to be really honest. I just know Aubrey Plaza is Death. That's all I know about that show. Which is kind of weird, because Thanos is dead, so I don't know what you're going to do with Death. Maybe have Deadpool bone her? Because that was kind of a thing in the comics, right? I don't know. What else is there? Comedy in the show. There were like maybe 2 jokes that made me laugh. There was this joke with Mephisto giving Parker the cloak. The first time Parker puts the cloak on, Parker's like, let me just play the clip.
How do I look? Right now, you look like shit.
Yeah, that actually got me a laugh. That you got a laugh out of me for that one. And it's funny because I read trivia that said that scene was improvised by Sasha, the guy that plays Mephisto, and Anthony Ramos actually corpsed when he did it. He started laughing immediately. So it's kind of funny how like one of the funniest jokes in the show wasn't even in the script. So what else is there? The overall effects of this on the MCU, it doesn't really affect much. The thing is that you're introducing Mephisto towards what is obviously about to be the end of this arc of the MCU. So I'm wondering how exactly is this going to fit in with wherever the MCU goes. Because right now, all we have confirmed is Doomsday, Secret Wars, Spider-Man Brand New Day. That's really it. That's like, let me double check. Well, okay, so Phase 6, we got Fantastic Four. I didn't see that shit. I'm not gonna watch it. Brand New Spider-Man Brand New Day, Avengers Doomsday, Avengers Secret Wars, and then Daredevil Born Again Season 2, and Wonder Man. Vision Quest as well. And I'm trying to wonder where is Mephisto gonna fit into any of this shit? We already have to build up Doctor Doom after Kang got unceremoniously kicked out. So we got to build up Doctor Doom now, and we've only had Doctor Doom made his first appearance in the Fantastic Four post-credit scene. So that only leaves us Spider-Man Brand New Day, which don't know how we're not gonna fit him in there. Avengers Doomsday is the movie where he's gonna be the main bad guy, and then Secret Wars. I don't even know what the fuck Secret Wars is about. So I don't really know what we're doing here anymore. The MCU is fucking toast. It's toast, bro. This show, we're talking about a franchise where you introduce one of the MCU's biggest bads. We're talking about Satan, and it's just in a random fucking show. We should be introducing Mephisto in Doctor Strange 3 or something. You know? He should be the main bad guy of an Avengers movie or something. Right? But he's just introduced in Ironheart? Even my dog doesn't like this dumb shit. So the MCU, as far as I'm concerned, the MCU is legitimately fucking toast, all right? In terms of the writing, because of course the Avengers movies are probably gonna do decent. For all we know, y'all could shock me and not see this movie, all right? And the MCU will be for real fucked. But I can confidently say that, narratively speaking, the MCU is fucking toast, dude. There's no fixing this, narratively speaking. They're introducing main bad guys in small scale TV shows that nobody's fucking watching. They replaced the main bad guy with a different main bad guy at the end of phase 5. Fucking, we don't really have an Avengers team. We have the new Avengers, which is just 3 super soldiers, a Black Widow, and a guy named Bob. Oh, and Ghost. I don't really know what to call her. She's I don't know. Yeah, we don't have an official Avengers yet. The Guardians of the Galaxy are split up. Doctor Strange is currently in some other universe doing something, which apparently he's going to be helping Doctor Doom in Doomsday. I don't know how that's going to fucking work, but I don't think they're going to get it right, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, the MCU is toast. It's done. It's done. So when I review Avengers Doomsday, I'm probably going to call it the MCU's funeral. Because it's done. It's done. There's no way in hell. Like, I have such little faith in Doomsday that I'm genuinely certain that this movie's going to fucking suck. After watching 5 years of garbage, where the only decent one is Spider-Man No Way Home, and the only reason it's decent is because it uses characters that aren't even from the MCU in a very creative and interesting way. Everything else, I didn't see Shang-Chi, so I can't say that it's bad. Everything else is garbage. Everything else is garbage. Except for, I can't say, I can't speak about Shang-Chi, Eternals, or Fantastic Four because I didn't watch any of them. But everything else, dog shit. And some of the TV shows, I didn't watch some of the TV shows, so I can't speak for those. But Echo, dog shit. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, dog shit. WandaVision, interesting until the last 2 episodes, and they've dropped the fucking ball. What else was there? Didn't see Moon Knight, don't fucking care. For perspective, I stopped watching most of the TV shows when Kevin Feige came out and said you don't need to watch them to watch the movie, so I stopped watching him, only to find out he fucking lied. You do need to watch the TV shows to understand what the fuck is going on in the movies. Yeah, that's it, man. I'm tired of talking about this show. It took me like almost a month to get through this show because of how much of a mass casualty event this fucking show is in terms of its inconsistencies and its horrible writing and its inconsistent characters. I genuinely think it's like probably the worst thing in the MCU right now. Genuinely. Like, and we're not even taking into account how it connects to other MCU projects. It's just really, really fucking bad. It's just a really bad show. With a horrible main character. And every good opportunity it has, it either doesn't expand upon it or it spoils it. Completely ruins the good idea. So, yeah, we're burying this show. Don't ever bring this character back. If you bring him back, I want to see like this character's bones in the background of an Avengers movie where she's just dead. Okay? We're done. So, if you like what I'm doing here, if you'd like to support an indie author, check out the link in the description and take a look at my sci-fi military series, Blur Havoc, or check out my Patreon or Subscribe Star. If anything, a like or subscription is enough. Thank you all for watching. I am very grateful for your patience as well. And I will see you next time. Oh, and before I forget, YouTube says you'll like one of these videos. Check them out.